us 20 years from now, empowered to move forward for the next 20. But we're standing on the foundation that got us to where we are now. But
I think what's really important to take away from this moment is that there are a lot of lessons that have been learned over the past 20 years. And I think we can really see the strength of New Orleans in seeing how people have chosen to lead in their neighborhoods. One thing that we often talk about is that our recovery was neighborhood-based. It was everyday people choosing to step up and organize and making sure that the New Orleans that we have now is really reflective of the entire community. And so that's what we're excited to lift up. We're excited to have conversations that really get into funding the future of New Orleans. So how do we build something better and making sure that we have the dollars to do it? We are thinking about planning for climate disasters, whether that be hurricanes, whether it be tornadoes, whether it be whatever kind of weather. We know that it's inevitable that something will happen, and so we want to make sure that the city of New Orleans, no matter what's happening across the country, is prepared. And all of the systems that have been put in place since Hurricane Katrina to ensure that be the case. We're also interested in telling those human stories where we're talking about culture and how the culture of New Orleans is really the thing that keeps the fire burning in people as they're trying to, go from day to day. It's our ability to find joy. It's our ability to find each other in community, whether that be over a meal, whether that be over music. Those things haven't changed, and in some ways, I would say that we've become way more intentional about preserving that piece of who we are. And so I'm excited for all of that stuff to start to come together. I'm excited for us to talk about the influence New Orleans has had, not only in our state and regionally, but also nationally, the impact that we have on the globe. There are so many countries and cities around this world who have learned from New Orleans what it looks like to experience a major disaster and then come back strong. Resilient, evolved, empowered.
I think it's important for everybody to witness, if you can, come down to New Orleans, be part of what's going on, because so many people just don't understand or didn't understand what we all went through. It affected you mentally, physically, spiritually, and it was something that nobody was prepared for. You never think that's going to happen, but I guess the biggest thing of them all, you saw the resilience of people. You saw the courageousness of people. You saw neighbors helping neighbors. You saw just how you don't know, there's an inner strength that we all have that we don't know until you call upon. So excited about the future of New Orleans, but everybody should come witness this. Resilient, evolved, empowered.
Like all New Orleanians, every year around this time, I pause and reflect not just on the storm itself, but on how it changed everything. Hurricane Katrina wasn't just a natural disaster. It was a defining moment that reshaped the city of New Orleans, our communities, and now, as we approach the 20th anniversary of Katrina, I recognized how it shaped me as a person. It also impacted the life of a Broadmoor resident, Mayor LaToya Cantrell.
This is your Mayor LaToya Cantrell at the Louisiana State Museum Katrina exhibit. As I look back to the week of Katrina while living in my Broadmoor neighborhood, I reflect on how the impact and events of the storm set me on a transformative 20-year journey of community and service, built on the foundation of hope and love for the city of New Orleans. Because Katrina impacted all of us, we are excited to welcome community events that will take place across the city to commemorate the 20th anniversary of Katrina. On Saturday, August 23rd, the City of New Orleans and the Mayor Commission will partner with the community and United Way to host a day of service to improve neighborhood parks in each council district. On Sunday, August 24th, we're asking our citywide church community to offer prayers of thanks and gratitude, but also prayers of hope for the future during their Sunday services. From Monday, August 25th through Friday, August 29th, a week of events will kick off to recognize the resilience of our people, how we have evolved over the past 20 years, and how now we're so empowered for the future, the next 20. Then on Saturday, August 30th, the City of New Orleans will host the Hurricane Katrina 20th Anniversary Commemorative Summit of Community Voices, as well as honest and transparent conversations about issues and opportunities impacting our everyday quality of life. So thanks to all community partners and everyone involved in working on the K-20 Commission and events for all to enjoy. Hurricane Katrina was one of the worst hurricanes in the city's history, and New Orleans found a way to come back. We found a way to turn tragedy into triumph, turning the page to being a city that moves forward together.
Hi, everybody. I am Margaret Orr, Chief Meteorologist Emeritus from WDSU TV. Katrina 20. I mean, can you believe it? It was a time of loss. It was a time of survival. It was a time of neighbors helping neighbors. It was scary. There was a lot of fear. We didn't know what the future was. I mean, 80% of the city flooded, and it took 43 days to get the water out of the city. It was a terrible time, but you know what? We came through. Our people came together, and we built a strong New Orleans. I love New Orleans. New Orleans has so much to offer. I thought for a minute, could I move anywhere else? And I went, no, I can't. I cannot live anywhere else. New Orleans is home. It always will be.
In the coming days and weeks, we will continue to share city information regarding the Katrina 20 anniversary.
We will also share information from our community groups, because the Katrina 20 anniversary is about all of us.
It sure is. The Katrina 20 Anniversary Week will give us a chance to look back on why you need to keep an axe in the attic and the lessons learned that help put our city in a better position for the future.
And 20 years after Katrina, we keep doing the job. Neighborhood to people relations. New Orleans is still standing tall and standing stronger together. Let us all be the light.
As New Orleanians, we have a complicated relationship with water. For over 300 years, water has brought prosperity to some and troubling dramatic flooding to others. Nearness to the sea is why the city was founded, but water is also the biggest threat to our future. By reshaping our relationship with water, we can make a safer, healthier, and more prosperous future. The city was founded in 1718 because the area was at sea level and near the mouth of the Mississippi River. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the easy access for ships made our city a main port of entry for goods as well as the slave trade. Port development fast-tracked the economy, yet even then the city faced repeated floods and devastating yellow fever outbreaks due to the early open drainage systems and the swamps, which occupied over half of present-day New Orleans. The Louisiana legislature created the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans in 1899. Under this agency, the city managed water, sewage, and drainage. Later that year, a millage tax passed that funded the new public office. In 1915, then state-of-the-art pumps were installed. Despite their 50-year lifespan, those same pumps are still in use today, 109 years later. While the pumps that drain the swamps open new land for housing development, they also caused the city to begin sinking. The marshland that once surrounded the city ended at Gentilly Ridge, which is why pumping stations were built on Broad Street. The land between the ridge and the lake was dried out to expand the city into what is now Gentilly, New Orleans East, and Lakeview. These are the lowest elevations in the city. Like a sponge, as the land dried, it shrank and then sank into our present-day bowl. Our city is still sinking, but now at a rate of about 2 inches a year. Despite extraordinary flooding events in the early 80s, the 50-year renewal of the drainage millage failed in 1991. Without enough funding, system maintenance was put off, eventually leading to the responsibility for small underground pipes and catch basins to be moved from Sewage and Water Board to the Department of Public Works. As part of the Hurricane Katrina recovery, many improvements
Like
in the
all
levee
New
system,
Orleanians, every
canals,
year around this
and large
time,
underground
I
pipes
pause
have
and
taken
reflect
place.
not just on the
But
storm
we remain
itself,
a city that can
but on
only
how
pump
it
1
changed
inch
everything.
in the first hour
Hurricane
and
Katrina
half an
wasn't
inch
just a
every
natural
hour after
disaster.
that.
It was a defining moment
Looking
that
to the
reshaped
future
the
after
city of New
Katrina,
Orleans.
engineers, architects, and elected officials developed a plan for how we can live with water. With some elements of the urban water plan being implemented, we asked David Wagoner, the architect who led the effort, to discuss what embracing water could mean.
It's not like you can say you're going to be flood proof. That's not real. Not in New Orleans. Not with the rainfall levels we have. You know, when it rains very heavily, it comes up, right? It's a vertical rise. But where can you store that water? And is there a way to get that water out of that pipe into some landscape that can hold the water? And then when it's time, it can go back and drain out. Water management is time management. You know, what you're trying to do is take the peak off. Water is the source of life. It can be said that water is the blood of the land. It is inherent to our health and welfare. We're living in a delta. We want to desiccate a delta. That won't work. I mean, tell the trees that, right? Tell the trees that they don't do anything for you. When we started doing this work, the first big shift was in changing the paradigm from paving and piping and pumping to managing water by storing it, using it, slowing it down, and pumping it as necessary. Instead of pumping being primary, it was actually secondary or tertiary. It was necessary, but it wasn't the first thing you did. What you want to do is have enough when you need enough. Have intelligent use of your landscape. But it's a fact of the matter that we are a water city. We just don't want to be. The lines that are there that the Water Board controls are the fundamentals of that. They're the main veins in the system, right? The canals, the pumps. We have the fundamentals there. We need to adapt them So we just haven't really understood the importance of surface water levels. Other cities are struggling very hard to get a perimeter protection. Other cities don't have pumps at all. They don't have any agency to manage the pumping. They don't have any of the systems we have as legacy here. But we're squandering our lead. If we can get back in balance, I believe we'll create new industry. I believe we create the population we need, help create the population we need, and it'll be cooler and healthier. The question is, do we trust ourselves? Do we believe in each other? And if we can go back and reestablish our belief in one another and start to see some progress in that, then I think we get some stuff done.
The Sewage and Water Board has made strategic investments to address the most critical issues. In 2019, a fair share agreement was reached with the state, meaning that a portion of what the city contributes to the state in tax revenue comes back to the city as a subsidy. That funding has kickstarted efforts to make major improvements. Smart meters are being installed citywide to rebuild trust in billing. The Sewage and Water Board is working with city, state, and federal partners to secure funds to complete the power complex, which will provide more reliable power for the pumps. And the legislature has returned catch basin maintenance to Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans. However, sustained funding of the catch basins and small pipes is a work in progress. We must establish a dedicated revenue stream to maintain and improve our drainage system. Currently, 40% of Sewage and Water Board customers pay nothing for drainage. We must have a more equitable way of securing our future, and our future is green. Living with water and embracing its advantages will ensure a brighter future. Dewatering our city, which has been the strategy since 1895, helped our city grow, but we now know we can't pump every drop out of this bowl we've created. We need a new approach for today. Understanding this, One Area School has made living with water and understanding its importance central to their mission.
Every time we have a storm, erosion speeds up even more. And it's like, if we constantly keep having these storms, eventually the city not gonna even be here.
What we do here is try to restore the wetlands that we're losing. And we really want to get the community active.
We can bring a national spotlight to the work that needs to happen here on the coast and involving students in it and young people in it. If we're going to start a revolution, we have to start young.
As sea level rises and seasonal storms get stronger, it's clearer than ever that the future is now. It's up to us to embrace water and create new infrastructure that will strengthen our city and leave a new legacy for the next generation. As New Orleanians, we have a complicated relationship with water. For over 300 years, water has brought prosperity to some and troubling dramatic flooding to others. Nearness to the sea is why the city was founded, but water is also the biggest threat to our future. By reshaping our relationship with water, we can make a safer, healthier, and more prosperous future. The city was founded in 1718 because the area was at sea level and near the mouth of the Mississippi River. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the easy access for ships made our city a main port of entry for goods as well as the slave trade. Port development fast-tracked the economy, yet even then the city faced repeated floods and devastating yellow fever outbreaks due to the early open drainage systems and the swamps, which occupied over half of present-day New Orleans. The Louisiana legislature created the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans in 1899. Under this agency, the city managed water, sewage, and drainage. Later that year, a millage tax passed that funded the new public office. In 1915, then state-of-the-art pumps were installed. Despite their 50-year lifespan, those same pumps are still in use today, 109 years later. While the pumps that drain the swamps open new land for housing development, they also caused the city to begin sinking. The marshland that once surrounded the city ended at Gentilly Ridge, which is why pumping stations were built on Broad Street. The land between the ridge and the lake was dried out to expand the city into what is now Gentilly, New Orleans East, and Lakeview. These are the lowest elevations in the city. Like a sponge, as the land dried, it shrank and then sank into our present-day bowl. Our city is still sinking, but now at a rate of about 2 inches a year. Despite extraordinary flooding events in the early 80s, the 50-year renewal of the drainage millage failed in 1991. Without enough funding, system maintenance was put off, eventually leading to the responsibility for small underground pipes and catch basins to be moved from Sewage and Water Board to the Department of Public Works. As part of the Hurricane Katrina recovery, many improvements in the levee system, canals, and large underground pipes have taken place. But we remain a city that can only pump 1 inch in the first hour and half an inch every hour after that. Looking to the future after Katrina, engineers, architects, and elected officials developed a plan for how we can live with water. With some elements of the Urban Water Plan being implemented, we asked David Wagoner, the architect who led the effort, to discuss what embracing water could mean.
It's not like you can say you're going to be flood proof. That's not real. Not in New Orleans. Not with the rainfall levels we have. You know, when it rains very heavily, it comes up, right? It's a vertical rise. But where can you store that water? And is there a way to get that water out of that pipe into some landscape that can hold the water, and then when it's time, it can go back and drain out? Water management is time management. You know, what you're trying to do is take the peak off. Water is the source of life. It can be said that water is the blood of the land. It is inherent to our health and welfare. We're living in a delta. We want to desiccate a delta. That won't work. I mean, tell the trees that, right? Tell the trees that they don't do anything for you. When we started doing this work, the first big shift was in changing the paradigm from paving and piping and pumping to managing water by storing it, using it, slowing it down, and pumping it as necessary. Instead of pumping being primary, it was actually secondary or tertiary. It was necessary, but it wasn't the first thing you did. What you want to do is have enough when you need enough. Have intelligent use of your landscape. But it's a fact of the matter that we are a water city. We just don't want to be. The lines that are there that the Water Board controls are the fundamentals of that. They're the main veins in the system, right? The canals, the pumps. We have the fundamentals there. We need to adapt them. So we just haven't really understood the importance of surface water levels. Other cities are struggling very hard to get a perimeter protection. Other cities don't have pumps at all. They don't have any agency to manage the pumping. They don't have any of the systems we have as legacy here. But we're squandering our lead. If we can get back in balance, I believe we'll create new industry. I believe we create the population we need, help create the population we need, and it'll be cooler and healthier. The question is, do we trust ourselves? Do we believe in each other? And if we can go back and reestablish our belief in one another and start to see some progress in that, then I think we get some stuff done.
The Sewage and Water Board has made strategic investments to address the most critical issues. In 2019, a fair share agreement was reached with the state, meaning that a portion of what the city contributes to the state in tax revenue comes back to the city as a subsidy. That funding has kickstarted efforts to make major improvements. Smart meters are being installed citywide to rebuild trust in billing. the Sewage and Water Board is working with city, state, and federal partners to secure funds to complete the power complex, which will provide more reliable power for the pumps. And the legislature has returned catch basin maintenance to Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans. However, sustained funding of the catch basins and small pipes is a work in progress. We must establish a dedicated revenue stream to maintain and improve our drainage system. Currently, 40% of Sewage and Water Board customers pay nothing for drainage. We must have a more equitable way of securing our future, and our future is green. Living with water and embracing its advantages will ensure a brighter future. Dewatering our city, which has been the strategy since 1895, helped our city grow, but we now know we can't pump every drop out of this bowl we've created. We need a new approach for today. Understanding this, One Area School has made living with water and understanding its importance central to their mission.
Every time we have a storm, erosion speeds up even more. And it's like, if we constantly keep having these storms, eventually the city not going to even be here.
What we do here is try to restore the wetlands that we're losing. And we really want to get the community active.
We can bring a national spotlight to the work that needs to happen here on the coast and involving students in it and young people in it. If we're going to start a revolution, we have to start young.
As sea level rises and seasonal storms get stronger, it's clearer than ever that the future is now. It's up to us to embrace water and create new infrastructure that will strengthen our city and leave a new legacy for the next generation. As New Orleanians, we have a complicated relationship with water. For over 300 years, water has brought prosperity to some and troubling dramatic flooding to others. Nearness to the sea is why the city was founded, but water is also the biggest threat to our future. By reshaping our relationship with water, we can make a safer, healthier, and more prosperous future. The city was founded in 1718 because the area was at sea level and near the mouth of the Mississippi River. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the easy access for ships made our city a main port of entry for goods as well as the slave trade. Port development fast-tracked the economy, yet even then the city faced repeated floods and devastating yellow fever outbreaks due to the early open drainage systems and the swamps, which occupied over half of present-day New Orleans. The Louisiana legislature created the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans in 1899. Under this agency, the city managed water, sewage, and drainage. Later that year, a millage tax passed that funded the new public office. In 1915, then state-of-the-art pumps were installed. Despite their 50-year lifespan, those same pumps are still in use today, 109 years later. While the pumps that drain the swamps open new land for housing development, they also caused the city to begin sinking. The marshland that once surrounded the city ended at Gentilly Ridge, which is why pumping stations were built on Broad Street. The land between the ridge and the lake was dried out to expand the city into what is now Gentilly, New Orleans East, and Lakeview. These are the lowest elevations in the city. Like a sponge, as the land dried, it shrank and then sank into our present-day bowl. Our city is still sinking, but now at a rate of about 2 inches a year. Despite extraordinary flooding events in the early 80s, the 50-year renewal of the drainage millage failed in 1991. Without enough funding, system maintenance was put off, eventually leading to the responsibility for small underground pipes and catch basins to be moved from Sewage and Water Board to the Department of Public Works. As part of the Hurricane Katrina recovery, many improvements in the levee system, canals, and large underground pipes have taken place. But we remain a city that can only pump 1 inch in the first hour and half an inch every hour after that. Looking to the future after Katrina, engineers, architects, and elected officials developed a plan for how we can live with water. With some elements of the urban water plan being implemented, we asked David Wagoner, the architect who led the effort, to discuss what embracing water could mean.
It's not like you can say you're going to be flood proof. That's not real. Not in New Orleans. Not with the rainfall levels we have. You know, when it rains very heavily, it comes up, right? It's a vertical rise. But where can you store that water? And is there a way to get that water out of that pipe into some landscape that can hold the water, and then when it's time, it can go back and drain out? Water management is time management. You know, what you're trying to do is take the peak off. Water is the source of life. It can be said that water is the blood of the land. It is inherent to our health and welfare. We're living in a delta. We want to desiccate a delta. That won't work. I mean, tell the trees that, right? Tell the trees that they don't do anything for you. When we started doing this work, the first big shift was in changing the paradigm from paving and piping and pumping to managing water by storing it, using it, slowing it down, and pumping it as necessary. Instead of pumping being primary, it was actually secondary or tertiary. It was necessary, but it wasn't the first thing you did. What you want to do is have enough when you need enough. Have intelligent use of your landscape. But it's a fact of the matter that we are a water city. We just don't want to be. The lines that are there that the water board controls are the fundamentals of that. They're the main veins in the system, right? The canals, the pumps. We have the fundamentals there. We need to adapt them. So we just haven't really understood the importance of surface water levels. Other cities are struggling very hard to get a perimeter protection. Other cities don't have pumps at all. They don't have any agency to manage the pumping. They don't have any of the systems we have as legacy here. But we're squandering our lead. If we can get back in balance, I believe we'll create new industry. I believe we create the population we need, help create the population we need. And it'll be cooler and healthier. The question is, do we trust ourselves? Do we believe in each other? And if we can go back and reestablish our belief in one another and start to see some progress in that, then I think we get some stuff done.
The Sewage and Water Board has made strategic investments to address the most critical issues. In 2019, a fair share agreement was reached with the state, meaning that a portion of what the city contributes to the state in tax revenue comes back to the city as a subsidy. That funding has kickstarted efforts to make major improvements. Smart meters are being installed citywide to rebuild trust in billing. The Sewage and Water Board is working with city, state, and federal partners to secure funds to complete the power complex, which will provide more reliable power for the pumps. And the legislature has returned catch basin maintenance to Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans. However, sustained funding of the catch basins and small pipes is a work in progress. We must establish a dedicated revenue stream to maintain and improve our drainage system. Currently, 40% of Sewage and Water Board customers pay nothing for drainage. We must have a more equitable way of securing our future, and our future is green. Living with water and embracing its advantages will ensure a brighter future. Dewatering our city, which has been the strategy since 1895, helped our city grow, but we now know we can't pump every drop out of this bowl we've created. We need a new approach for today. Understanding this, One Area School has made living with water and understanding its importance central to their mission.
Every time we have a storm, erosion speeds up even more. And it's like, if we constantly keep having these storms, eventually the city not going to even be here.
What we do here is try to restore the wetlands that we're losing, and we really want to get the community active.
We can bring a national spotlight to the work that needs to happen here on the coast and involving students in it and young people in it. If we're going to start a revolution, we have to start young.
As sea level rises and seasonal storms get stronger, it's clearer than ever that the future is now. It's up to us to embrace water and create new infrastructure that will strengthen our city and leave a new legacy for the next generation. As New Orleanians, we have a complicated relationship with water. For over 300 years, water has brought prosperity to some and troubling dramatic flooding to others. Nearness to the sea is why the city was founded, but water is also the biggest threat to our future. By reshaping our relationship with water, we can make a safer, healthier, and more prosperous future. The city was founded in 1718 because the area was at sea level and near the mouth of the Mississippi River. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the easy access for ships made our city a main port of entry for goods as well as the slave trade. Port development fast-tracked the economy, yet even then, the city faced repeated floods and devastating yellow fever outbreaks due to the early open drainage systems and the swamps, which occupied over half of present-day New Orleans. The Louisiana legislature created the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans in 1899. Under this agency, the city managed water, sewage, and drainage. Later that year, a millage tax passed that funded the new public office. In 1915, then state-of-the-art pumps were installed. Despite their 50-year lifespan, those same pumps are still in use today, 109 years later. While the pumps that drain the swamps open new land for housing development, they also caused the city to begin sinking. The marshland that once surrounded the city ended at Gentilly Ridge, which is why pumping stations were built on Broad Street. The land between the ridge and the lake was dried out to expand the city into what is now Gentilly, New Orleans East, and Lakeview. These are the lowest elevations in the city.
Programming will resume in 2 minutes. Programming will resume in 2 minutes. Please make your way to your seats. We do have 2 large breakout sessions for 1 p.m. One here in the Gentili room and upstairs in the Treme room. Again, programming will resume in 2 minutes. Please make your way to either the Treme room or the Gentili room for 1 p.m. Thank you. Programming is about to begin. We do want to let you know that we have 2 large breakout sessions. Here in this room, we will be discussing Sustaining New Orleans, Funding Now and Tomorrow. And upstairs in the Treme room, we'll be discussing Climate, Water, and Infrastructure, Past Wins, Future Risks. Please make your way quickly as we will be beginning.
All right. All right. Well, good afternoon. All right, y'all sounding a little sluggish after those red beans. Good afternoon. All right, that's better. I am Deidre Johnson Burrell, Senior Program Officer with the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, where I am honored to serve along with my colleagues over there, wave colleagues. And we are honored to work with an organization that has made New Orleans a priority place and a commitment to make a generational commitment to this city. And I'm honored to moderate today's panel talking about sustainability and funding in a field that is often unclear, right? What is philanthropy after all? But before I get into starting this panel, I do want to take a second to first thank Mayor Cantrell and the K-20 Advisory Commission. Let's give them a round of applause, please, for their leadership and vision in making today possible. Those of us who live here, we have been counting down to K-20, but this week, and certainly these past couple of days, have been a little bit of a ooh-wee or a oh child pick, but it has been a full day. I just wanted to start our panel first. I've been one of those fortunate folks who, like, every time my family asks, what do you do? that it's harder. When you work in philanthropy, it's like a whole long explanation. Or when the person next to you on the plane says, "What do you do?" So I'm wondering how my colleagues in philanthropy answer that. But I wanted to start with grounding us in what is philanthropy. And it is the practice of donating time, talent, treasure for the long-term improvement of human welfare based on the love of humanity, which is what philanthropy means. I think it's important to acknowledge that philanthropy, unlike charity, is about tapping root causes. It's about where charity focuses on immediate relief. How do we solve the symptoms of social problems? That's where charity lives. And philanthropy really grounds itself in the work of addressing root causes to creating lasting systemic change. And I'm excited that we'll be able to talk about with organizations who've been doing that work right alongside this community for the past 20 years. So with that, help me welcome each of our panelists. First, Victoria Phipps, Vice President of Global Philanthropy with J.P. Morgan Chase. Mr. Michael Williamson, President and Chief Executive Officer for United Way of Southeast Louisiana. Mr. Earl Randall, Chief Sustainability Officer for Feed the Second Line. Okay. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Andy Copland, President and Chief Executive Officer for the Greater New Orleans Foundation. All right. I'm going to sit where Camille sat. All right, just in terms of grounding today's conversation, I'd love it if we could just start off with each of you sharing to the point of philanthropy. What's your why? Why are you in this field, or why have you chosen work in philanthropy? And if you could share also a little bit about where were you 20 years ago? And we'll start this way.
All right, well, thank you, Deirdre, for the opportunity to be here. So my why is early in my professional career, and I'll keep it short because it's a very long story, but I found out that through one of the United Way funded partners in my hometown in South Carolina that a family member of mine had been benefiting from program because they didn't have the financial resources to afford the program and the care that they were receiving for my niece. And so when I discovered that United Way and its partners were there for folks in the community regardless of who they were, I thought that's an organization that I'd like to be a part of. So I immediately became a donor, of course. Then later had a chance to
start with personal philanthropy. Yes. Always start with personal philanthropy.
And 20 years ago, I worked at United Way of America. I was the vice president of field leadership. I was actually on vacation with my family on the East Coast when Katrina happened, and I got the call for the national office that we had to spring into action. And my role at that point was I was essentially the conduit for local United Ways and impacted communities to communicate their needs to the national office so that we could communicate it to the network. So I had those random 2 a.m. calls when people could get a cell signal out to help get their information to the folks that needed it so we could get resources to the community.
And look at you now.
Look at me now.
Here on the ground. Victoria.
Well, it's interesting that you pair those two questions because for me, they are directly linked. So 20 years ago, I had just moved into my freshman dorm at Loyola University.
Wow.
So I was a part of the much storied Katrina class, had just moved in, had gone through freshman orientation, and they were talking about a storm that was out in the Gulf, but everyone thought it was going to turn and there wasn't much to worry about. Now, I'm a girl originally from Miami, Florida. Hurricanes are commonplace. I didn't really bat an eye at that. Obviously, we all know what happened next. I evacuated and went home for 6 months, came back in January and have never left. My experience of being a very young person at that point in time, 20 years ago, and experiencing this city in the moment of immediate relief, extreme destruction and loss, and what recovery actually required, transformed the way I looked at the world, and also transformed the way I thought about myself within it. It made me look at systems differently, question why things were the way that they were. Why were some neighborhoods coming back quicker than others? Why were some sources of capital flowing more efficiently than others? And why were some people continually left out of consideration and even conversation? That led me to a career path in the nonprofit sector. And in doing that work, leading programs, guiding programs, asking people for money to fund said programs, I realized that I was really passionate about innovative systems to infuse communities with critical resources, and ultimately saw philanthropy as the best place to do that. So I'm really, I feel a great sense of honor, but also responsibility to direct resources at scale now.
Thank you for that. Earl.
All right, I think that question definitely hinges on a combination of things for me as well. 20 years ago, I was sitting right across Lafayette Plaza in the Federal Building, and as a community development representative for HUD. Katrina hit, and I quickly pivoted into being the disaster liaison for HUD. And then that led to me becoming the disaster specialist for the state of Louisiana after Hurricane Katrina. So what that entailed, me dealing with the federal appropriation for Hurricane Katrina and its recovery, but it led me to philanthropy because it allowed me to become a puzzle maker, finding the missing pieces. And philanthropy helps us to bring in some of those missing pieces that will help us move to a more comprehensive recovery. And so I think that brought me to philanthropy. It made me understand what those dollars mean, but it also made me aware of finding those partners that make it all work. And so I think that's what drew me to philanthropy and drew me into it. I'm not with a philanthropic organization, but I understand the funding mechanism of how recovery works and the importance that philanthropy plays in that equation.
Thank you for that, Earl. Andy.
Good afternoon, everybody. 20 years ago this week, I was Governor Blanco's chief of staff. So when Katrina hit, I was in the Emergency Operations Center in Baton Rouge. After we were able to assess all the damage the next day, I remember Governor Blanco having a staff meeting and basically telling us all of our jobs have changed for the rest of the term because we're going to be bringing Southeast Louisiana, particularly the biggest and most important city in the state, back. She didn't say your lives are all going to change, but that happened too. And so a few weeks later, she asked me to lead the Louisiana Recovery Authority, which I did for the next 27 months. Our job was to get the federal money so that we could rebuild, and then to help support the local parishes on their planning processes so we could rebuild smarter, safer, and stronger. Partners like Earl were right with us because a lot of the resources that we got, $70 billion in total, which is the most for any disaster by far before that time or since that time. But we've been rebuilding. In 2010, Mayor Landrieu sent me a text message that said, come help rebuild a great American city. Just grabbed my heart right out of my chest. I came down here and worked for Mayor Landrieu for 6.5 years, and then joined the Greater New Orleans Foundation. And so my why, I tell people all the time, I wake up and I get to work to help the place I love get better for everybody.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So I hear a why anchored in personal philanthropy and supporting community, innovative solutions being the missing piece, and the love of place. So thank you all, each for that. So we're hoping to, in this conversation, to paint a picture of our arc and the role philanthropy has played in that, from right after Katrina to where we are now, and then looking in this moment, what does it portend for the future forward? So with that being said, why don't we start with Andy and Earl. Can you talk a little bit about, Randy, you started to do this, but about your organization's role, and there's room to jump in here, but your organization's role in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Katrina.
So in the immediate aftermath, we were busy trying to support first responders to save lives, help people evacuate the city, you know, and then support folks who had been evacuated all over the country. The Louisiana Recovery Authority then got started a couple weeks later, and it was really designed by Governor Blanco to be a bipartisan organization that would be effective with a Republican president and a Republican Congress at getting money for Louisiana. And she looked at everybody in the eyes. Dr. Norman C. Francis, the legendary president of Xavier University, was the chairman. Governor actually asked him 3 times before he said yes. He said, you know, first I got a house that flooded, Governor. She said, well, that, you know, you gotta think about it. She called him again and said, I've got a university that flooded, Governor. She said, well, think about it. I started staffing her and said, well, here are some other options. She says, no, there is no other option. Norman Francis has to chair this. She called him the 3rd time, got him to say yes. But we had, if you think about national politics, Donna Brazile, who was the first African-American woman who ever ran a presidential campaign. She did that for Vice President Gore. Mary Madeline, who worked for President Bush, a Republican operative who has ties to New Orleans. All of the most important Republican and Democratic political leaders in the state. And she looked at him and said, this is about Louisiana first. It's not about partisanship. We've got to go get the money. And so that was, as I said earlier, that was really the job. It took a long time. It took 3 appropriations bills. People said, well, why did it take so doggone long? I read something where somebody said the other day, I would have given that money out in 6 or 8 months. It took a year to get the money we needed to run the housing programs. Before Congress actually appropriated it. It took another year to get all the money we needed to do those things. $70 billion is a lot of money, but when you look at the damages, it was about $125 billion. So even the best funded hurricane recovery effort in the federal government's history didn't come close to giving us the money that we needed. And so that was our job. And again, we had partners like Earl at the city and all the parishes at the state level who were busy implementing programs for housing recovery, small business recovery, you know, police and fire station, first responders, roads, bridges, parks, hospitals coming back. That was the work of that time.
Thank you, Andy. Earl, do you want to get in here?
So immediately after Hurricane Katrina, HUD's initial role was to go into damage assessment mode. What federal assets were impacted? How many project-based voucher facilities were impacted? How many tenant-based voucher assistance? So we become that catalyst in getting the information that drive the information for the appropriation. So HUD is scrambling quickly to get that information in on how many houses were impacted, how many businesses were impacted, so we can view the information that goes into making the appropriate appropriation. With that being said, HUD is constantly on the ground doing data checks, but also locally we became the eyes and ears on the ground for what recovery looked like here at the epicenter of it. So when I say that, the HUD office reopened with 5 people. And so those 5 people were the catalyst of convening the joint field hearings that came down. And just to give you a quick example, phone rang one day with a 202 area code. We need to have the congressional field hearing on the ground. We want to have a bus tour, a place to have the meeting, and so they wanted all of these things, and there's only 5 people. So we hung up that call, and so everyone's looking around the room, so who's doing the tour? And so everybody looked at me. So I jumped in the car with a tablet, and I drove around this city, this empty city, and I mapped out a bus tour. Mapped out the bus tour, and they said it had to be specific. A 75-passenger bus has to be able to navigate through this city. Just imagine what the city looked like at that time. You have to navigate through the city and get all of the congressional folk to the field hearing and back to their lodges. So with that being said, I went in, hopped in the car, mapped it all out, came back, typed it up, and sent it to Washington. They all came down and said, we want to meet the team that put this tour together. All right. So at that point, that's the type of work that we've been doing for 20 years. It's always been jump in and do what's needed to be done. And we've done that in every aspect of this recovery. Now, I take a lot of liberty and a lot of bias for this recovery because, one, I live here. Two, I was instrumental in approving a lot of the appropriations that came forth, but I watched the people do the work. I watched faces that I see in this audience over 20 years do the work. And I always take that liberty to tell folk, take time to embrace what we did here in New Orleans, what we did here in Louisiana. It's a lot of stuff that's happening around this country that happened here, that started here. And we need to embrace everything that comes out here. I've heard some people that shine away from the word resilience. Don't shy away from resilience because it started here. You know, when you go to other places and you hear, oh, we're rebuilding resilient communities, that started here. And you know, every time we look at how another place recovers from a storm, there's someone on that staff of recovery that got their teeth cut here. So embrace everything that we need to embrace in recovery because we didn't do it all right, but we did it all right. If you get what I say.
I totally get that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's a good bridge. I want to sort of take that, and particularly what you said, Andy, with the length of the time it took to move things. And I don't want to take your point, so I'm going to let you say it, Michael. But I do want to pivot so that speaks to the governmental role, right? And it really does speak to the tenuous relationship between government and philanthropy. Because while government was working to figure it out, there was real need on the ground. And I'd love for you all to jump into this conversation, Victoria and Michael, and talk about the role of philanthropy in recovery most immediately, and then start to forward.
Yeah, so from a macro perspective, just talking about philanthropy, I think we have to define what are we actually talking about, right? There are a lot of different ways to think about philanthropy. Philanthropy is mutual aid groups. Philanthropy is neighbors knocking on one another's door and making sure, oh, you don't have any water, I got a case of water, I can bring this by your house. Philanthropy is great local organizations like the Greater New Orleans Foundation, like the United Way of Southeast Louisiana. It also is corporate philanthropy, which is where I sit, attracting down larger institutional resources and infusing them into communities. All of those are different tools in the toolkit. They all function differently. They also function at different speeds. So a lot of what I think played out and that we learned as a result of Katrina is which tools are appropriate at which time. You talked about the speed of need, right? Who can move at the speed of need? Who can move swiftly for those immediate, urgent needs right after a disaster? Who are the sources of philanthropy that might be with you for the long haul? Who might be committed over the course of a 20-year time horizon? It's interesting, I was looking at some of the data. If you haven't looked at the data centers, Katrina Index at 20.
Do it.
Shout out to the data center.
Check it out.
If you have not looked at that, give it a look. It's a really great snapshot to understand where our community is at today and some of the lessons that we have fought hard for and learned. In zooming in on philanthropy, there is about $151 billion of philanthropy that flowed into our community to support those initial relief efforts. 6.5 billion of that was from philanthropy. So just contextualizing federal resources versus all the various sources of philanthropy that are available. 86% of that 6.5 came from individuals. So when we talk about
So give yourselves a round of applause.
So when we talk about philanthropy and we talk about the lessons that were learned in leveraging philanthropy, particularly following Katrina, I think we have to talk about the fullness of the tools that this community in particular was able to leverage and what actually created the outcomes that we saw. It was people. And even inside of the organizations that I'm describing, these institutional sources, be them local or national, it was still people. I live in this community. New Orleans is not the only place that I fund, but New Orleans gets a lot of funding because I am in this community. And so it's about people, it's about relationships, and it's about understanding what are the right tools in the toolkit and when should we deploy them, what's the right time to achieve those outcomes long term.
So, wow, follow Victoria. So just to frame this, so I was at United Way of America, lifeline to the community. Gary Ostrowski and I became phone of friends. He's my predecessor, ran the United Way here. We raised $28 million directly through United Way of America, and then tens of millions from other communities that was coming directly here, all to support the philanthropic response to Katrina. And what it taught us, I believe, is that, I love the speed of need reference there, that you need to throw the playbook out. Philanthropy can move fast, we can be nimble, we can be flexible, we can be innovative. And something I found unique for this United Way, and I think it taught others that you could do this as well and take risks, was that, like, because people know United Way, we had a rigid grant process pre-Katrina. You go through the application stuff and and then the site visits, and all my team knows what we're talking about, and it's rigorous and it's exhausting for us and our grantees. They threw the playbook out. Tens of millions of philanthropic dollars were coming to this community. It was their job to honor the intention of those donors by getting it in the community as fast as possible. So they went from these rigorous grant processes to putting out money every 3 months. Like every 3 months, they were cycling grants out to nonprofit partners, emergency grants to help nonprofits stand up because we had those philanthropic resources. And what that translated in, just I think a good little factoid, because United Way and our partners and other nonprofits, community foundations and others could do this, over the first 18 months, that philanthropy channeled resources to nonprofits throughout the region that ensured that 450,000 families over an 18-month period got food, water, help with their rent, utilities, all the basic needs they have. But it was all because of philanthropy and the fact that we have the unique ability to move faster than government. And we saw that after COVID-19. 3 weeks after COVID-19, we learned from Katrina, like, we don't have to wait for the government. We put out $2.4 million to hospitality workers to help them kind of meet their basic needs before the federal government could even get the check writing machine going. And so, but that's something I think that's unique to philanthropy, and I think something that's really helped us advance over the past 20 years, and certainly prepares us for the next 20.
Thank you for that, Michael. I want to, as we prepare to pivot, I just want to highlight a couple of things that I've heard you say. One, this $6.5 billion, so $151 billion need, right, for recovery, of which only $6.5 billion came from philanthropy, right? So I just want to underscore, highlight a fraction. But then I also want to pull on a thread that Victoria mentioned about the speed of need, because philanthropy is not a monolith, right? And we can't all move at the speed of need. I think we have organizations like our local community foundation, the Greater New Orleans Foundation, and the United Way of Southeast Louisiana. You guys have shown up over and over again. Katrina, Rita, Gulf oil spill, pandemic, Ida. That's just the amount of terror attack. How many was that? That's like 6, 7?
A lot.
A lot, right? But that we working in concert, that not all philanthropy works the same way. But so I want to pull that thread and then just really move and pivot to some specificity here. What are the lessons learned from both the successes and failures of philanthropic investment? So we know, like, real talk, let's have a family conversation. We're sitting in the kitchen, let's have a family conversation. Philanthropy can be incredibly catalytic, pointing to examples, like incredibly responsive, meeting the moment, but it can also be disruptive. So if you all can talk a little bit about like a lesson learned and be as specific as you can, as well as, successes and a failure or opportunity. We'll call that failure opportunity.
I'm going to be smart, and I'm going to go first this time. So an example that stands out to me, I know we talked about this before, was after Katrina, what stood out to the business community and government and others is that without childcare, the city could not come back because people couldn't come back to work if they didn't have child care. Actually, I think the campaign then, Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, was zero child care equals zero business. And so the Child Care Rebuild Collaborative for the region was formed with a variety of public and private partners that worked to help rebuild, I think, over 276 child care centers so people could come back and get back to work. That was building on probably 10 years of work in early care and education, but to your point, I think it was catalytic in actually setting New Orleans and this region apart when it comes to early care and education in a way that positioned us to get a $20 million millage that the mayor mentioned on an earlier panel to expand access. But that was rooted in the response to Hurricane Katrina and the fact that business and industry and public and private partnerships formed with that single goal in mind. And I tell you this story, I ran around United Way of America and I was a middle-of-the-rung manager and I was like a nobody. And I was tossed into the fire. And I kept telling the leadership, if you want to see community impact done right, look at New Orleans, look at Southeast Louisiana, watch how people are coming together because they have one shared objective. They wanted to recover, so people shed their politics, they checked their egos, and they showed up with one goal, which was to get people back to work. And it was done so well and right here, I think, that it taught the rest of the world, certainly United Ways, who still talk about this, how you do collective or community impact right.
All right, thank you for that.
I'll build on that because one of the examples that I think was a success story was the follow-on investments that we saw from philanthropy in the early childhood space. And so JP Morgan Chase was active in that space, but so were other large sources of philanthropy. We saw the investments that were made and we said, well, who's going to fill the jobs? Who's going to actually serve as child care providers as we increase all this capacity? We invested $5 million in building out that pipeline. And so I think one of the lessons learned following Katrina was this need to stack investments one upon another so we can build collective impact over time. But I do think you're right that philanthropy also can be disruptive. So channeling my days leading programs in the nonprofit sector, which was a decade plus of my career before entering philanthropy, I can remember having conversations with program officers who were not based in this community, who thought they knew best, who thought their model from California, from New York, from wherever, was what was best suited for the city of New Orleans. And having these really challenging conversations, because let's be real, when you're in a nonprofit, you need that check. You need that money to sustain those programs. But you also know that you don't know my community as well as I know my community, and 99% of the time, the people in that community have the answers. They have the solutions. And so there's one conversation with a program officer that I will not name, where we had this really tricky back and forth. And they had been a long-term funder of our organization, and she said, I'm really disappointed in you. And I was like, I'm really disappointed in, and she said, well, I just think this is so indicative of what we see from New Orleans, just constantly thinking small. Now, my first instinct as a girl who grew up in Dade County, Florida, I was ready to fight, but that's not who showed up. That's not what came out of my mouth. But we had to have a real conversation about the work that we were actually trying to accomplish and the deep need to actually support models that we knew would work for our community. And I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that what she was suggesting was not that. And so we walked away from a very significant funding opportunity, had to spend a bit of time repairing a relationship, but at the end of the day, we had to double down on what was right. So sometimes we talk about this sort of shadowy hand of philanthropy, puppeteering what is happening in community. And I think New Orleans has done a really great job of, one, articulating that we know best, two, finding alignment with the funders that want to support and empower community, and finding ways to do that at scale. So yes, we can catalyze, we can be disruptive, but we can also find that path forward to create that collective impact.
Oh, thank you for that. Yes, yes. That's worth a snap. All right.
Definitely worth the snap. One of the things that I learned in disaster recovery is that in recovery, you have to embrace the good, the bad, and the ugly. And when you're recovering, you own it all. And so, and what happens, you fail to recover in the way that you need to when you don't own it all. So when you look at the philanthropic efforts that went into the Lower Ninth Ward, philanthropy flocked to the Lower Ninth Ward to do some things in the Lower Ninth Ward that just didn't work. What happened? as a puzzle maker, you have to find the pieces that's missing and put the puzzle together. The federal investment of CDBG-DR dollars were just not there in the lower Ninth Ward. And they continue to not be there in the lower Ninth Ward. Why? Because if you look at the action plan for disaster recovery, it says that we have to recover economically, infrastructure, and housing, all at the same time. You can't just go down and tear up streets in the lower Ninth Ward, leave them in disrepair, and think that you're going to recover. Because you have some philanthropic effort maybe going on here, you can't do it. You have to make the investment. You have to, like I said, you have to own it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. You have to own it, and you have to make the investment in order for recovery to happen. And so what we need to do is find the missing pieces of that puzzle and start to assemble the puzzle. Not have 17 different puzzles going on at one time. We're working on one puzzle. Let's put one puzzle together, fix the puzzle so we can all enjoy the big picture of recovery. And that's where we have to bring the federal resources, the philanthropic resources, and any other resources that we can bring to bear. So they can be catalytic, but they can be disruptive, but they have to all work in concert so we can own the great, the good, eliminate some of the bad, and definitely throw out the ugly.
Thank you, Earl.
Yeah, I think it's, when you're thinking about the description that Earl just gave us, my criticism of a lot of the philanthropic efforts echoes what Victoria said, but the reflection of what that looks like when somebody says, I'm not from New Orleans and I know what needs to happen here, is that we had different projects here, there, elsewhere. And I remember with Mayor Landrieu, he's like, why are they doing that there and they're not working with these people? We're doing this over here and it should be over here. And so one of the things that we've done to correct that is the Greater New Orleans Funders Network that our groups are members of, that's designed to make sure philanthropy is talking to one another. So if we're working on a health clinic in a neighborhood, it's locally driven, but we're all investing in that same thing in that place rather than separating efforts, doing one over here when it really should be, let's have the school, let's have the health clinic, let's have the playground, let's make sure that the RTA's got service to that particular area, let's build housing in that neighborhood, because we can't do everything at once. You gotta have all these investments, they actually all have to hit the ground in the same place at the same time. And I think that philanthropy, just like government, wasn't doing that with as much coordination. Everybody just coming in trying to help, a lot of wonderful efforts, great instinct, but without the coordination and without the humility to listen to the folks on the ground and say, actually, here's what we're doing. Here's how you can help us with our strategy.
Thank you for that. So I hear lessons learned and opportunities, seed innovation, meet the need, listen to the people. We should say that one first. Listen to the people. Oh, and philanthropy should collaborate like they expect the people to collaborate. So collaborate and own the fullness of your story, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. So we're gonna go real quick. What are you most proud of so we can pivot to the present, future forward? What are you proud of?
So I thought long and hard of this, and since Chiquita's in the room, and she'll snap for this one, but our asset building work at United Way was born out of Katrina. On Thursday night of this week, we celebrated helping 652 families acquire over $61.5 million in assets, because what Katrina told us is people didn't own assets. They didn't have asset wealth and the ability to recover with dignity, and because they didn't have the financial resources. And so, and that was philanthropy in action. That was public, private, all working together with a single purpose.
Thank you for that. And with that, let me also say thank you for the data, that ALICE data that has really shaped our collective storytelling. So thank you for that.
So for us, we are not a speed of need funder. We are a slow institutional funder. We take time to develop our strategies and to think about the areas where we want to go deep. One of the areas that we knew we wanted and needed to go deep was in supporting the city's blue and green infrastructure. So we know we have a challenge in managing and living with water, but very frequently I spend a lot of time thinking about how can we convert our challenges into strengths. So back in 2020, we seeded a strategy that was focused on blue and green infrastructure. At that point in time, there were billions of dollars of planned federal investments coming both into New Orleans specifically, but across Southeast Louisiana. And these large contracts were frequently going to very large firms and not necessarily hiring local people. So we had a moment of questioning, well, how can we solve for that? So we started with an initial collaborative investment. It was $5 million, and we have continued to invest against that strategy over the last 5 years. But it was creating workforce pathways for local people to get critical certifications to take on some of those jobs. But it also was thinking about local small businesses that might be able to gain certifications and take on portions of those contracts, gain experience, and take on bigger portions of follow-on contracts. And so that initial body of work spanned about 3 years, closed out in early 2024. We've continued to build upon it and invest against it. But that first tranche, that $5 million, we had 1,000 people access training programs, 800 of which gained access to a credential. 80% of those 800 gained full-time employment as a result. We had 500 small business owners who were able to access contracts as a result. Those businesses were netting $55 million in annual revenue. So it made a real difference in putting dollars in pathways to prosperity into the hands of local people. And so when I look at the potential, not just of that investment, but that impact at scale over time, we aren't the only city that's struggling to live and work with water. We aren't the only city that's struggling with flooding. Half the cities that are dealing with flooding aren't even on the coast. They are in the middle of the country. So when we think about the challenges that we experience, they are strengths. We have validated that they are strengths. Katrina was a big part of that. But they also are the things that become economic opportunities for our community to export and then turn around and benefit from. So I'm really proud of the sort of prong of strategy that we were able to invest that yielded real impact. But I'm really excited about the potential of what that might hold for our community long term.
All right, thanks.
I think one of the things that I'm extremely proud of is that we are continuing to learn how to partner with one another. It's something that's continually evolving, and I would go on the record to say that prior to Katrina, we didn't know how to partner well here. We didn't partner well at all prior to Katrina. We're continuing to learn the lesson of how to partner with all of our entities, with our philanthropic groups, with our local nonprofits. So people are learning how to come to the table. Prior to Katrina, we would come sit at our seat at the table and not put our hands on the table, but we expected to eat. How can you eat without putting your hands on the table? So now we're learning that lesson on how to partner, and we're coming to the table, not just with our hands, but we're coming bringing a dish. You know, we've learned how to bring a dish to the table. We've learned how to look at our collective strengths and start to put that puzzle together. As you know, in puzzle piece, when you put a puzzle together, one piece unlocks the beauty of the next piece. When you interconnect them, when you put them together, it unlocks the beauty of the next piece. And when you put another piece, it starts to make the picture a lot bigger. So as you start to put that puzzle together, you start to see the whole picture of what you're trying to do. If you dump out 100 puzzle pieces on a table, and you put 99 pieces of that puzzle together, and you're missing one, what are you going to do? You're going to tear heaven and earth up looking for that last piece. So we've learned how to go look for that missing piece. And so that's what I'm most proud of, that we as a community, we're learning how to partner with one another. I didn't say we've learned how to partner with one another. We're continuing to learn because it's constantly evolving on how we partner with one another.
He's a master storyteller, isn't he? I'm just enjoying
that part.
All of the analogies Earl that you're using. I think what I'm most proud of is the way that responding to Katrina has changed the Greater New Orleans Foundation. So Deirdre, you started out by talking about charity and philanthropy. And so after Katrina, we set up a relief fund, gave out zillions of grants to all kinds of folks who are providing, I guess, what you might call charity. When people need food, they need water, they need shelter, and they need housing. That was what they needed. Once the government got going, it's got more money, as Victoria described, lots more money than philanthropy has. Then we become more strategic. So we first did the relief fund, then we did a $23 million housing fund that helped fill gaps to get almost 10,000 units of housing built. So we responded to COVID, we responded to Hurricane Ida the same way. And it's always immediate. How can we meet the speed of need, money in people's hands in their moment of need? When the government machinery starts going, we start looking to the future. And so there's two really exciting grants that we gave after Hurricane Ida. One was to help create community lighthouses. So Hurricane Ida, most of the deaths that occurred in Hurricane Ida were not on the coast where houses were flattened. Most of the deaths were in Metro New Orleans where the power went out and people died because of carbon monoxide poisoning, or they died because they were too hot, because it was August 29th, 4 years ago when that storm hit.
Right.
It's hot outside. And so the lighthouses, you know, are off the grid. They're their own grid. You got power, you got cooling, you got internet, you can communicate, you can charge your oxygen machine. So we turned a $1 million grant that was risk-taking, and now we've got 15 lighthouses. They've raised probably $15, $20 million, and we continue to have that infrastructure so that we're safer and more resilient, good word, the next time. Another thing we did was looked at how can you build green infrastructure, the kind of stuff that's going to keep us safe, it's going to create those jobs that Victoria was talking about. We had $1 million. You can't build a green infrastructure project really for $1 million, but what we could do was help people come up with great ideas for public infrastructure. So we did a Next 100 Years Challenge. I saw Chief Chasson from the United Home and Nation earlier, but they were a winner. City of Gretna, Sankofa, Friends of Lafitte Greenway, some parks in Jefferson Parish. All of these folks took the money we gave them and made an application for state and federal funds to build projects. Over $120 million has been leveraged for those projects to be able to make us safer in the face of future storms. So that was where, you know, we're influencing. Philanthropy is never going to have the money that government has. So the question is what can we do that they can't do? We can go fast, and then we can be strategic.
Thank you. We are going to open the floor now. I'm going to come back and close out with that last set of questions, so I want y'all to hold tight. But we want to open the floor and get you into the conversation. So there's a floating mic. All right.
Hi. So I work with youth, and so that's always growing, and we always need money. But I also work with the film industry, and we're trying to find ways to put those puzzle pieces together. We've tried a couple different ways, actually, with like we're partnering with the unions and Billy Nunn Gus. All of that's always happening, right? But we found a little bit of that. We're all coming to the table, and maybe we got one hand on the table, or one person got an entree, and another person got a fork, and somebody got napkins. You know how it is. So I guess my question is, I know you guys are still learning how to work together, but could you kind of point out some of the things that helped it start to mesh more? Because, you see what I'm saying? Because it's like everybody's working in their own little thing. So what are some tips where we can get these industries to all work together? Because we already sort of do, but
Who wants to take that question?
I'll jump in just from a standpoint of, one, as organizations, we tend not to know what the other folk are doing, and we don't avail ourselves to go out and share what we're doing. And so I think for what I've noticed over time is that a lot of organizations are networking a lot better to say, hey, I'm working in this area. And that way you start to build a network of resources in your area, because a lot of the times we may be doing similar things, but we're not doing the same things. And so when we network among our peers, it opens the door for not only us finding out what we're doing, but also finding out what resources may be available out there. Some things that you may know that you can share with another group, and that they may know that they can share with you. So it's just availing ourselves to open up, just to share what we're doing. And sometimes when we share what we're doing, folk will open up and share what they're doing as well.
I also just want to, in case anybody else wants to get in, so just to the data-driven point, prior to Katrina, we had at the start of Katrina, about 2,000 nonprofits in greater New Orleans or Metro Orleans, and we have about 6,000 now, right? And so the tension sometimes, let's just name the thing, is that it feels competitive, like we're competing with each other for those resources, having been on the other side of the fundraising. But the invitation is that, and I think we're seeing this even in philanthropy, just because we're doing it doesn't mean it's easy. It's easier to collaborate, but it's not easy, right? Is that what you can accomplish together, you can go further together, right? And so really seeing where is the opportunity. Yeah, maybe there are some redundancies, but how might we find the lane inside a collaboration that can take us further? So truth is, like if multiple orgs, and I would say in this environment especially, multiple organizations coming to the table as collaborators, we invite it, right? Because you're thinking, your vision is broader, it's more expansive, right? So it's coming together like, yeah, we can each get a slice of the pie. So just a little bit of a...
And just to piggyback on that, also thinking about what are you trying to solve for together, right? So it's one thing to come
100%.
together, it's one thing to share the details of what you're working on and map where you might be overlapping or duplicating, but ultimately, what are you trying to solve for? Because whatever that is, that strategy prong, that's what philanthropy can then invest in and wrap their arms around and help you to understand how that might connect to things you're not even aware of just yet.
100%.
So if I could add too, I want to back up. I was told once, because I'm not from here, I'm a come here. So I got labeled early on, but what it told me is I need to spend and invest a lot of time in building trust with the people that I wanted to work with, which requires a lot of being outside your box, outside your office. I try to spend a lot of time in the community, connecting with lots of different community partners, just so we can get to know each other, to know what they're doing, of course, but also we understand each other, that we have shared values, a shared mission. I think so many of us do, but I think we have to concentrate on spending a lot of time and investing ourselves in just simple trust building, because that's going to be the key to collaboration, because people will not work with you if they don't trust you.
100%.
Hello, my name is Raymond Sweet. I represent, or I'm accountable to the residents of Holly Grove Dixon. We're the neighborhood behind Job Corps. We're surrounded by impervious surfaces. Our neighborhood doesn't have a bunch of lawyers or accountants or any of that in our community to serve on our board. So what my question is what are these larger folks doing to look at smaller organizations? Because as General Honore said earlier, plywood uptown costs the same as it does downtown. And so we still have the same needs as organizations who have more people in it, but it seems to be a fight, and we have to fill out the same 20-page application with one staff versus a whole slate of people.
Someone want to jump in on that? You didn't.
Well, I think it actually is very similar to the question prior. Some of what you're describing, I think, is not uncommon in cities generally, and certainly in this city. There are larger nonprofits that are over-resourced, gaining the lion's share of resources, then it feels like that trickle down to smaller entities is not happening. Some of that is the need for capacity building, and there are some sources of philanthropy that explicitly focus on increasing capacity for small nonprofits. But some of it is also figuring out what's your pathway to collaborate with those larger entities so that the funding that they are receiving can also fund your community as a result. And going back to lessons learned following Katrina, we did a lot of that. These larger collaborative grants that might have been multi-million dollars, but there might have been 8 or 9 entities of all different shapes and sizes and focuses that were underneath. And so some of it is finding the pathways to build trust and figuring out how can you help to solve for some of the strategy issues that they are seeing in their work right now. Where is your organization positioned in alignment with the economic development community, with the small business support organizations, with other organizations who are working on neighborhood development or maybe are expanding their scope and maybe they haven't thought about your neighborhood just yet? Making sure that they are aware of the potential for partnership and pathway so that you can then say, well, could we collaboratively fundraise against this? Can we build a strategy that includes a bigger set of entities and that enables some of that share of resources over a longer period of time?
Hope that helps. I was just co-sign that collaboration piece, just co-sign. Any other questions before I close us out?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank y'all for being here. My name is Jonathan Anthony Roberts. I'm a District E candidate for City Council. My question for you is, other than making sure that you have a seat at the table and you're bringing a dish to the table and your hands are also on the table, what can the next City Council member do to make your job a lot easier that you have not seen done in the past?
I'll jump in and take this one because, like I said before, I take a lot of liberties in what I say and how I say it. We need more public servants than politicians. I'm going to say that again. We need more public servants than politicians. Because at the end of the day, if you're serving the public, you're doing what you need to do in your role. At the end of the day, if you're serving the public, you're doing what you need to do. As a politician, you're not serving the public. You're serving the party that you're a part of. And I do take liberties in saying that because I've been many places, I've seen many things, and when you put politics before people, you muddy the water. And that goes back 20 years of what we've experienced in this city, in this state, in this region, and in this country. That answer is for everybody. We need more public servants in this city, in this state, and in this country.
Thank you for that. I think that's it on, we have one more. Oh, okay, we got one more.
Hello, my name's Tony. I'm visiting with my wife from Australia. We have been to a similar event 15 years ago in 2010. And I hope I'm on theme with this question. So I'm probably not from here, nor a come here. I'm just a drop byer. So I'll have a go at the question. It was passionately put at that conference in 2010 that the sum of the impact of the funds coming in was in fact disempowering. That a safety net can sometimes entangle people as much as rescue them. I wonder whether you'd have a comment on that.
Do we have a thought?
So
I think
the analogy of a safety net. When we look at a safety net, it all depends on how you use that safety net. You know, a safety net can entangle you if you're fighting against what you're being saved from. So if you're deploying that safety net to be a true safety net and be that catch-all for individuals that's experiencing whatever they're going through, then that safety net will be stationary and it will catch them when they fall. But if you're using that safety net as a dredge, and if I don't think we have many shrimpers in the room, but if you're using it to trawl, then you entangle the people that you're trying to wrap them in the safety net instead of having a stationary safety net for someone to fall in. So sometimes we have to look at what the purpose of the safety net. If the purpose of the safety net is just to be stationary and allow that person to fall into the net if they happen to fall, that's one thing. But if you're using the safety net just to try and catch everything that you can catch, then you're trawling and you're not really being that safety net.
All right, thank you for that. I want to let Andy and Michael get in, but I also feel like I would be remiss. So this will be our closing question. So if you can wrap your answer to the gentleman also we are in an interesting moment, right? We're at this 20-year marker for New Orleans. We're also in a moment where we're seeing significant federal funding retraction. So as we think about what we've learned and so forth, what is the future forward lens for the role of philanthropy, particularly in this community? So if you could share with your reflections and also answer the gentleman, and we'll close out.
So I'm gonna try to answer this question, but welcome to New Orleans. So I think what I'm hearing is that 15 years ago we recognized that the systems that were kind of uncovered and were shown as flawed haven't yet been fixed. And so we still have systems that, because they don't work for everybody, it's you sacrifice economic mobility so you can be supported through the safety net. And that hasn't, in 20 years that hasn't been fixed. It's a big P question, big policy, federal government, but I think what we see is folks that rely on that safety net are also limited from pursuit of economic mobility, because economic mobility means you may lose access to that safety net. On the philanthropy piece, I go back to nimble, flexible, move at the speed of need, innovative, be catalytic. If I'm a council member, like, you don't have to do it by yourself, lean on the nonprofit sector. You have brilliant nonprofit executives, big and small, that are doing amazing work, and bring them together to kind of be a part of your work and a part of your agenda. But philanthropy can do things that government can't, but to Andy's point, we just don't have those resources. So it's my hope that the public sector will look at our private sector nonprofits and say, let's invest in you because you can move faster than we can.
All right, anybody else want to get in?
I'll just, quick thing. One of the things that we need to do, whether it's philanthropy, and I think we do this way better than government, is actually trust people with resources. So one of the frustrating things I think for lots of New Orleanians is when they had to leave the city, FEMA might have put them up in a hotel somewhere. FEMA didn't give them a check and say, go live where you want to live. They found them a hotel. But then they couldn't just move back. And so we had folks who weren't from New Orleans rebuilding New Orleans, as opposed to New Orleanians who wanted to come home, but they had to be with their families because that's where our government provided them the resources. And I think philanthropy does a much better job of saying, here's the cash, do what's right for you, and try to make sure that people can do that. And I think as we're thinking about how to continue to move forward in New Orleans 20 years, we've had a lot of progress, and I appreciate Earl's comments to just, it's worth reflecting on where we were 20 years ago, and that New Orleans is a thriving, bustling, big city again. And it's not a place where everybody is thriving. And so we want to make sure that we've got our eyes on all of us, and whether it's philanthropy, government, trying to make sure that there's a place for opportunity, prosperity, and success for every single person in our region. And that's what we should be focusing on.
All right, thank you, Auntie. And with that, we will wrap it. 0 minutes. Thank you all for joining us for this session.
Programming will resume at 2:15. Programming will resume at 2:15. Please note that is when we will start our mini breakout sessions, and there there are multiple rooms upstairs which do have programming happening as well as in this room as well. So feel free to take a look through your program, see which session you want to attend, and again, that will kick off at 2:15. In the meantime, you're welcome to walk around. We do have king cake available directly across the hall, as well as some refreshments. Enjoy. Your 2:15 sessions are about to begin. Here in the Gentili room, we do have a mini breakout session. We also have another session upstairs in the Treme room, and there are 3 additional breakout rooms on the 3rd floor as well. So please make your way to your seats. We will begin programming shortly. Thank you.
How you doing today?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask that you take your seats so that we might get this session underway. We are talking some serious stuff today. The day that our levees failed, the day Katrina began to flood 80% of our city, the day that we lost almost, or that we know of, 1,400 people during Katrina, the day the whole world as we knew it changed, basically, the day New Orleans lost its innocence. And we have since been working to get it back 20 years later. We have an esteemed panel with us today. I am going to introduce them to you now. We have Kim Hunter-Reid. When I say your name, just raise your hand so the audience can recognize you, the Louisiana Commissioner of Higher Education, Louisiana Board of Regents. We have Lona Edwards Hankins, Executive Officer, Chief Executive Officer for RTA. General Russell L. Honore, U.S. Army retired. Joseph Threat, Colin Arnold, and Colonel Terry Ebert, the retired executive director at the city at that time, Homeland Security, correct? In 2005? Excuse me, let's give them a round of applause. We have a lot to get to, so I'm gonna just jump right in. I say get to the jelly of the donut, as they say. Let's get right into it. General Honore, there's so much that you did during the days during Hurricane Katrina, boots on the ground, as they call it. Briefly, General, can you tell us what you think, tell us what did you think when you appeared here on the ground? Initially, your initial thoughts.
Well, I didn't have to think much. I just had to listen to Colonel Terry Ebert, because he knew what to do, and he needed help doing it, with all due respect. That basically listened to the mayor, who priority was evacuation, and Terry was there. We had National Guard there. We had a FEMA representative when I met with the mayor on Wednesday morning at 9:47. And my assessment was this was a large logistics issue. It's a logistics. We got to move people, we got to feed people, we got to take care of people. And because all the people wanted was to get the heck out of there. And the inspiration came to me as I got off my helicopter and I was walking into the little hooch over there by the Superdome where the mayor was. And I looked on the side of the Superdome at the ground level, and there's this lady pushing a toddler in a shopping bag. And the water was like right up to the little baby's neck. He was hanging on in the shopping center. And I said, we've got to have some need for speed. And I hadn't even talked to the mayor yet. but it all clicked when I went in, and he said, "What you bring with you?" I said, "It's on the way." What is your priority? The word we use in the military, Terry is very familiar. What is your priority of work? He said, "Evacuate the people. We need a major evacuation." And there was some blah, blah, blah. We were waiting on buses. And then I left him, went to see the governor. And the impression was the same, well received by the governor. She called me her general because I was from Louisiana. And within 2 minutes, I said, you know, what's your priority? She said, evacuate the city, provide food and water to people, but go lead this evacuation. And I stopped by and see Michael Brown, the FEMA administrator. He gave me a warm welcome. He had a nice starched shirt on in a big mobile command center, and he grabbed a chair and he said, "I want you sitting right next to me, because we got to have unified command." And I said, "I'm not staying here. I'm leaving." And he said, "Well, no, I want you right here next to me." I said, "You might want that, but I'm going to New Orleans. That's where the problem is. Because if I stay here, I'm going to be watching it on CNN like you. I'm going down there and work with the mayor and work with the National Guard." Had a great brigadier general there from the National Guard. Thank God to our National Guard. How about a big round of applause for our National Guard? And the situation in the city, we had people on the ground. Our first responders were there. They're doing the best they can. You remember, most of their cars are underwater. Their radio network is down. But they were doing their job as best they could. And some of them didn't know where their families was. The dynamic of a disaster, in a real disaster, you got chaos. You're not in control. If you got control and you don't have chaos and people hadn't died and you haven't lost the infrastructure, it wasn't a disaster, it was a damn inconvenience. And we had a disaster. You lose control because your first responders are survivors too. And if I don't get to talk again today, I just want to say, when the people say evacuate, you evacuate. And in my closing remarks for this afternoon, when you evacuate your street, make sure the elderly and the disabled have a ride. Because the people we put in the body bags were the elderly and disabled, and they were home alone. Think about that. Organize your street. Have a group captain. You got some alphas on your street. Figure out who's got the voice, inventory the people, because the government isn't good enough to do 100% evacuation. The government got 80% done. We got to make sure the people without rides get out, and the elderly and the disabled, because that's who died. And they were home alone. Thank you very much.
Colonel, you remember those days when the general showed up with his team. Let's talk about then and where we are, in your opinion, in terms of moving forward in progress 20 years later.
Well, looking at the layout of where we were, what happened, and where we are today, we've come a long way. But the mission of the first responders in this city or any other city can be explained simply, but it's hard to execute. One, you're there to protect lives. Two, stabilize infrastructure. And three, provide security. You got to figure out how to do those in a mission order that you can issue to all the players in about 1 minute, because of the tragedy that you're faced with is not going to wait. So the understanding from the very top of this responder agencies down to the individuals at the bottom, they got to understand what their mission is. And we as leaders have to continue to ensure that we trust them to do the job. I'll add to the National Guard, I can watch the news tonight, and this nation's still struggling with how do you use the federal resources to support the citizens in this country. And my answer is not very well. We are going to be dependent in the next emergency on the support of these individuals and the individuals in our local, state, and federal agencies. And we've got to learn how to not only take care of our population, but we got to take care of these people who are the means to accomplishing the mission of saving lives. And until we as a nation can utilize all of them to the best of our ability, backing off from the state, federal, local, the individual who you're pulling off the rooftop doesn't care what agency you're a part of. They just care about what service you're providing them. In this case, in many cases around the nation in major emergencies, it's a life or death service that you're at. So we have to do better in that regard. The second thing is, I think that we've come a long way, but in our planning efforts over 20 years, but we still have to look at how do you best use all the capability that you have that does exist. And I look at the world and how do we as a nation respond to emergencies around the world. We use ships. And I think we as a nation are leaving behind one of our greatest assets. It's my belief that we need the USS Hurricane Rescue, some giant ro-ro ship with a flight deck, communications, command and control, medical, power, maybe even nuclear power, where you could come up out of your foxhole after the Cat 5 hurricane has destroyed your mechanisms to provide and maintain power and plug in the nuke reactor on your ship. But we're not looking at these things in a manner that we should be as citizens and as agencies. And we need to, there's no one individual, it's all of our roles, and I think that we need very much so to learn to take care of our resources, our people who properly equip them and train them and get beyond the command and control problems of understanding how we work together, how we integrate, and how we can make things work for this nation. We're a great nation with great assets that aren't used to the capability that is possible.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Dr. Reed, you were the policy director for Governor Blanco at that time, right? You were busy. You were organizing staff. You were doing so much. I remember I was a Cub reporter at that time, waiting on your updates so that we could get the word out. Where are we then compared to now, in your opinion?
So obviously, as we think about 20 years, I think about the fact that for me, I felt that this was the first time that America had an opportunity to see poverty 24/7 on the news. What does poverty look like? What does a lack of resource look like? And so when you think about where we are today, I think the call to action remains how to educate people so that they can support themselves and their families, so that they can continue to thrive and prosper. And at the basic level, the issues of the challenges that the general spoke about, were people who didn't have resource. And I can remember working the phones in the governor's office and people calling and saying, well, why didn't people just leave? Why didn't they get out of harm's way? Well, you don't understand when 100,000 families don't have a car, when people don't have discretionary income, right? That's what it looks like. It looks like haves and have-nots. The hurricanes, the pandemic, who had the ability to put their children in a learning pod, who did not? It's all about resource. And so for me, the call to action continues to be how to make sure more people have the education and training to support themselves and their families so they can literally weather any storm, because the storms will come our way. And so that's the work that I think we have to continue to do as we move this work forward, regardless of the mega storms that come, and they will, or whatever the challenge of the day will be. We will continue to see haves and have-nots. And that's because the resources are not equally distributed, because opportunity is not equally distributed. So that is the work that we have to continue to lean into in Louisiana, in New Orleans, and beyond.
Thank you so much. Because at that time, a lot of New Orleanians, although they went a lot of places, a lot of them went to Baton Rouge.
Yes.
A lot of us went to Baton Rouge. I was in Baton Rouge as well. And your job, Mr. Threat, was to bring them home.
Exactly. So
You know, and I think I got my friend here. I got to recognize him, Tony Russell, Federal Coordinating Officer with FEMA, retired. And my job at that time, I was brought into FEMA as the Chief of Staff originally. Tony was a Federal Coordinating Officer. I was the first Federal Coordinating Officer for FEMA for long-term recovery. So when I came to New Orleans in 2009, only 1% of the disaster had been completed. And I remember talking to Tony and walking into a room with whiteboards all around the room, and it was papers stuck up there. And I asked my staff, what's all this stuff? They said, sir, that's 10,000 project worksheets. We got 10,000 projects we have to complete, and we don't have much time, and we're behind in the recovery. So at that point, I met Mitch Landrieu and his staff. First thing Mitch told me, General, was, hey, Joe, just give me one check. I said, sir, I can't do that. I can't give you one check. I'll be in trouble. So he laid out his priorities to bring the city back. We didn't have a tax base. We didn't have stop signs. We didn't have traffic signals. We didn't have traffic light. We didn't have anything here. No schools, no banks, no nothing. So his first priority, he said, Joe, I want to bring back schools. He said, if I bring back schools, the parents will come because they have a place to bring their kids. So between me and my staff, I can say that one thing I'm proud of, we developed the first single settlement for Recovery School District to rebuild 83 brand new schools out of 123 damaged facilities that went down. And from there, we went to parks and pools as a priorities, and then we went to infrastructure. I think all of our buses, all of our streetcars went underwater, and we had to buy all of those. A streetcar costs $1 million, just for your information.
Per streetcar?
Per streetcar. And we went through that priority list, and as we went into construction, and I think in my last panel I was moderating, debris. You know what I'm talking about, General and Colonel. Probably the largest debris operation in history, just moving debris. We love our canopy, our tree canopy, but it was a lot of them, I'm telling you, and it took millions and millions of dollars. My hat's off to the Coast Guard and the Corps engineer, because we had to clear the waterway. Bally's Casino was in the water. So if you think about all the stuff that we had to do to work, and General, always coin your phrase, don't get stuck on stupid. And when you're working with the federal government and bureaucracies, and I've been with the city for 8 years now as the deputy CEO, and I'm moving into I am the CEO for the city right now.
That's right.
But
you forgot that quick.
The thing that drives me crazy as a retired Marine of 26 years, and I work for the Colonel, we've been together a long time, but it's bureaucracy. And people who are so easy to say no. And I was just talking to Lona, between contracts, law, and my purchasing department, oh, sir, you can't do that. I'm like, can we find a way to get to yes? And that's what it took. Hats off to you, Tony. And he came down with FEMA and said, hey, guys, let's figure out how we can get to yes. How are we going to move this recovery and bring this city back? And that's what we did. We're still doing it, 20 years, but we're almost there. We've rebuilt $1.3 billion in streets. Total FEMA dollars just in the city of New Orleans is $4 billion from that disaster. But what has happened since then with Hurricane Sandy and other major disasters, we trained and taught other cities how to respond. And it started off with you, General Honore, and with you, Terry, just leading from the front, and that's what you have to do in these situations.
You talked a lot about schools, which brings me to Lona. You are now the head of the RTA, Lona, but back then, you were in charge of putting the schools back together, right? You were in charge of $2 billion for the schools. Was this a passion project for you, or just something that had to be done at that time?
It was a passion project. Some people know that I stalked Superintendent Pastorak in 2007. I had worked at an oil refinery for almost 20 years and was an outspoken parent and would go to school board meetings pre-Katrina, particularly the summer of 2005, and point my finger and yell at them. But when Katrina happened, I had an aha moment that I had great skills and could contribute to the rebuilding of my city. And since then, every day I've enjoyed delivering and attempting and pushing the envelope at delivering high quality infrastructure for our community.
All right, and Colin, I want to get to you. We have a lot of people on this panel. I want to make sure everyone gets a voice. You obviously, like all of us, have a personal story during and after Hurricane Katrina, but you've also seen a lot of disasters. We're talking everything from tornadoes to flooding to hurricanes, escaped convicts. You have a wealth of knowledge under your belt. So in your opinion, what needs to be done in the city to protect us from future disasters? I know that's a loaded question.
No, I'd first like to say that I'm honored to be up here with folks that had a direct impact on everything that happened in 2005 and in the aftermath. And I consider Colonel Ebert my mentor and was able to work with him in Mayor's first term. And I've learned so much from Colonel Ebert, and I'll never be able to repay him for the kindness that he has showed me and the information he has given me. But to General Honore's point, this is all about logistics. It will always be about logistics. We have an incredible responsibility in emergency management at the local level, and a ton of responsibility for assets that we don't control. We have to work so closely, and we've developed and forged, I think, over the past 20 years, more than any other community in this country, we've been able to forge relationships with state and federal partners that have continued to the point where I don't know of a local emergency manager anywhere in the country that has their FEMA regional administrator on speed dial. And I've been able to, he just recently retired, Tony Robinson. I'd like to give him a lot of credit for everything that's been done recently. But, being able to call them and say, look, are we doing the right thing right now? And knowing that there's going to be, potentially, obviously, lives on the line, but down the road there's going to be reimbursement and other of those things that, in the heat of the moment, those are difficult things to really want to consider, but you have to. But what I see with the logistics challenge that continues to this day, we have written plans that involve and exercise plans, quite frankly. Hurricane Gustav comes to mind with the city-assisted evacuation. We've been able to put these things together, and they're plans that are strong and they're exercised and that work. The issue is that the storms that we're seeing, at least in the past decade, are coming a lot faster, and they're becoming a lot more intense with a lot less notice. And so the 72-hour planning cycle, started at 96 10 years ago. Now we're down to 72, and everyone keeps, a lot of state level keep talking about 72 hours needing to set up contraflow and do these other things. I think the challenge and what we're working on in the Homeland Security Office, John Thomas here with us, is to bring that down to 36 hours, because I think 36 hours is still really generous in the amount of notice that we have when something that we're seeing goes from Ida, goes from nothing to a Cat 4, borderline Cat 5 in 36 hours. And so these are the challenges. And so, again, to General Honore's point, because he's nailed it, it's the vulnerable in our community that we're going to lose. We're going to lose the elderly. We're going to lose those that have pre-existing medical conditions, and we're going to lose those that have mobility issues. And we know that because we saw it during Ida in a very small extent. The post-storm, lack of power, long-term lack of power, when it stretches out over 5 to 10 days, 16 days without power in Ida for most of the city, that is when you have people on the 9th floor of an independent living facility, which that's an apartment building. That's not a nursing home. That's not anywhere where there's an expectation of care. We have gone after these independent living facilities. There's over 70 of them that we've identified through our criteria with the health department in the city of New Orleans. We know who they are. We know where they are. We know what issues they have. And if we have to move people, if we have to potentially refuge people because of a short notice storm, we have the capability to do that. But it is going to rely on logistics partnerships that we have to continue to strengthen with state and federal partners. I'll just say that Lona with RTA, incredible partner. I don't mean to leave everyone out or single anyone out. I think Larry Barbino's in another panel today. Nordsea. We have trained all of the Nordsea employees to be shelter setup and shelter management. We can utilize up to 15 rec centers across the city as shelters. That's an incredible, we can use RTA to move them. That goes beyond hurricanes. That goes to all hazards type planning. If you have a hazardous materials release in one part of the city and you need to move people to the other and have a rec center ready and waiting for them. Emergency resource centers, again with our rec centers, we have, because of Entergy, a partnership with Entergy over the past couple of years, we have redundant power on these facilities, capable of powering them when we're without power. People can come, they can get some cool air, they can get water, ice, MREs, they can recharge batteries, they can swap out oxygen tanks. These are the types of things that we have to do in the aftermath of the storm, and will continue to do and continue to refine in order to do that. And I know I don't want to run too long because I have a habit of talking a lot, but anyone who knows me knows I'm a broken record. I completely concur with the Colonel about the Navy and the use of a fleet of ships, and this could be something for the entire East Coast and Gulf South. But what I'm going to say here, and what people call me a broken record on, is for 20 years we've been talking about rail between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. It has to happen now. It has to. 40,000 people that we anticipate will not be able to evacuate for a lot of those reasons. 30,000 of them can get on a train and go between here and Baton Rouge that's running back and forth for 36 hours, free. That has to happen. And we've seen over the past 2 weeks the incredible success and interest in the New Orleans to Mobile. We have to get this done. And it's not new. It's been talked about for 20 years. People talk about it for about a year, and then it disappears for 5 or 10 years, and then it comes back up again. But this is going to be critical to evacuation in the future of this city. It's not going to solve every problem, but it is going to create a huge solution for a lot of people that have the financial constraints about being able to evacuate. Having something set up on the other side in Baton Rouge, but having that rail between here and Baton Rouge is going to be, that is the, I don't know if I'm going to see it before I'm done with my time here with the city, but I mean, it's so critical. I can't say it enough.
And we've been talking about that for 20 plus years.
Yes.
20 plus, and so why is this not happening, in you all's opinion? If it is the critical component,
a lot of, the great work that has been done on this by the Southern Rail Commission, I can say that, I go to their meetings. People know that I'm very passionate about this. I don't have a single answer, but I will tell you that as someone who in the private sector had some experience in freight railroad, it is not the freight railroads that are holding this up. That is constantly, or is consistently, I should say, spoken about, that it's freight rail line and they don't want to participate in it. That is not true. It's also not true that their timeline to evacuate hazardous materials and all of those things conflicts. It does not. We've looked at all of that. It's simply the will for all of our levels of government to get on board with doing this. It is essentially, the rail is done. It's a matter of setting up the infrastructure in between.
okay, thank you for that. Lona, how's RTA look today in the event that something should happen and we would need RTA?
So we're ready, right? We are positioned to support the city. If there was a storm today and we needed to support the city in the evacuation, because of our system-wide redesign we did in 2022, all someone needs to do is just go to their local bus stop, right? As it relates to those most vulnerable community members, those who may be mobility impaired or special needs, right? They should register with the city's Smart 311 program so that they can get on a list, and then we work in collaboration with the city's health department to make sure that they can move. We have fewer people who are transit dependent. Back in 2005, that number was about 28% of our city. Because our city's a whole lot more affluent than it was back then, a whole lot less people than it was back then, there's only about 18% that are transit dependent. So we are ready to support the city when they make the call.
And how are we looking with the education system, the students, the communication with parents? What's the plan kind of progress to current day?
So obviously there's a lot of profiles and courage in this room to thank for the good work. On the way, before I came here, I was looking at an op-ed from Loyola students to the other colleges and universities in Louisiana, thanking them. McNeese, LSU, all the places that opened their doors to students and said, we will figure out a way to get you fed in class, etc. So as you all know, Katrina rewrote really all of the plans of how we think about disaster response. In higher education now, it's changed really everything that we do, how we educate, who we educate. So we now have institutions that partner with other institutions so they know where they're headed and they have structures set up. We think about generators and air conditions and all of the HVAC in a different way. It's not on the ground floor anymore. It may be up. So we think about that in a different way. We didn't have electronic records during Katrina, healthcare records, banking records, student transcripts, all of those things are now electronic. So we can get your records, we can get you registered, we can help in those ways. So there's a lot that has happened as a result of this mega storm that has taught our institutions, our people, and all of America how to think about taking care of people. When the Stafford Act is inadequate, step in and do the right thing and make sure you get things done well for students. And so I think we're much more prepared, much more involved now than we were before.
One thing that has changed significantly is communication. The way we communicate, how we communicate, the means that we have now to I learned to text the next day of Katrina. That's 20 years ago. So let's talk a little bit about then and now in terms of communication and how that can help. Anybody can chime in at this point.
I mean, I talked about this. I learned to text during Katrina. It was the only way you could get a message in or out. I think a lot of people did. And where we are then, where we were then to where we are now is so different. But the constant is, like the general said, when you're told to leave, leave. We just have a lot more ability to get that word out, I think, than we did 20 years ago. We've really doubled down on NOLA Ready, I think, and that has become, NOLA Ready has become one of the premier disaster preparedness brands, if you will, in the country, and received a lot of that through how we've been tested here in the city with hurricanes and the pandemic. And so the ability that we have now with, I think this morning, 314,000 subscribers in a city of 386,000 is, and not all of those folks are residents of the city. We know that we have people from all over the country and all over our region that are signed up for NOLA Ready alerts, but all of the media is, a lot of our partners that in preparedness are signed up for those alerts. And so the ability to be able to reach out to people now, through alerting, through the internet, through websites, and it will never replace what we have to do as far as what I consider boots on the ground or shoe leather type preparedness presentations. We send NOLA Ready out all over our community to any neighborhood association, any house of worship, any business group that will listen to us. I think we've done almost 300 to this point this year, just going out and talking to people, particularly those that are vulnerable. Another partnership with RTA we have every year is reaching out to their ridership, especially the ones that are dependent on transit, to make sure that they know what their options are. And so I really don't think, and then another part of technology I will say, or communication, is the Weather Service has gotten better at predicting these storms, particularly the track. I think there's a lot more work to do on intensity, but that's a very difficult thing for them to predict, but it's gotten better as well. So, we are in a better situation as far as communications and technology than we were 20 years ago, clearly, but we still have to focus on the basics, and it's logistics and what's the mission.
Let me tap into that. Thank you. Thinking about, I need a little help with my comms. As Colin explained, we've got more capability to reach people before the disaster. The challenge of communicating with people after the disaster. What's that last little storm we came, the little baby, that COVID storm? It took out a lot of the grid. And I was talking to people in Laplace, some of our volunteers, and a big handout to the volunteers. And they were going in and evacuating people, but the local first responder couldn't talk because AT&T FirstNet wasn't working. AT&T FirstNet didn't work in the flood of 2016 in East Baton Rouge Parish. So we got more work to do. But technology has brought us to a point where we can talk, and there are apps that you can put on your phone now, and I hope our first responder leaders got them. Whereas if the digital system is down, the grid's down, you can immediately go to satellite and communicate. You can't send a 50-page report, but you can say, I need 10 ambulances at this location. I need helicopters to come in here to evacuate this home. And you can text that information through satellite. So every leader, from a principal to your major street cop bosses, should have that backup satellite app on their phone, because the grid will go down in the strong winds. We haven't gotten past that technology. The fact that we can talk and everybody, we can assume, is in it. Even Granny has the phone now. We're subject, in Katrina, we were subject to rumors. My first 8 hours here, I was dealing with a rumor that they were blowing the levees in the poor part of town to save the rich part of town. Total BS. But somebody started that rumor, and we had to react. We had to go on the national media, because the people on the ground at the convention center and Superdome, they were not on the net. There might have been a radio here, a radio there, but it brought panic to people around the country that the government was blowing the levees. So that was rumors. We've gone from rumors to deal with in Katrina, like, oh, there's snipers. No, there's no snipers. Calm down, there's no snipers here. I had to deal with that. To where we are now, because we went from a phase of rumors to misinformation. And the misinformation by the national media that the looting was just out of control and the government needed to do something about it. As opposed to people were going into stores and getting food and water to stay alive, the misinformation was they're looting and you got to do something about it. And you get orders out, hey, stop your presence patrol and looking for people to stop the looting. Misinformation. Till last year, we got disinformation. And it went around the world. In the last year, Helena storm during the political seasons, because political season, crazy shit happened. People say anything. It was total disinformation put out that FEMA didn't have money. And it had impact on people that could hear, oh, they took the FEMA money and we don't have FEMA money to respond to North Carolina. Total BS. And that went on for weeks and months. That same disinformation was repeated, not by just the political leaders, but people on television. They took that message and they proliferated it. So rumors, gonna always have them in a disaster. Misinformation, yeah, somebody shot at me. Well, they might have shot trying to get your attention, but why did you say there was a sniper? That's a total different category of things because that trigger other things that happen. And then the intentional idea of putting information out to get people don't believe your lying eyes. Disinformation intentionally put out there to sway political opinion of the masses. So we got to be aware for all of them. The problem is we can talk to everybody. The problem is we can talk to everybody. Because bad news will travel around the damn world before the truth get 2 feet.
Do we have a closer relationship with FEMA these days? What is the future of FEMA with everything happening currently, and are you confident that we will still have that?
Well, I think we have, as a local, as a community, and really as a state, probably one of the closest relationships with FEMA traditionally that any other state has. And I think all of the Gulf states are probably pretty close, but in particular because of Katrina, I think that they recognize that, you know, we've both been tested and will probably be tested again. And so we have maintained those relationships. I was privileged to be invited to the summit they had here a few weeks ago with the Secretary of Homeland Security, the current acting administrator of FEMA, and emergency managers from every state from Delaware all the way around to Texas, right after the Kerrville floods, so that was fresh. I will say this, one thing, I'm concerned about what I'm hearing about FEMA and the direction of getting rid of FEMA. I don't think that's going to happen. But one thing I will say that I walked away from that 2-day summit that I was positive about was that every state emergency management director who was there, regardless of political affiliation, told that group of people, stop messing with FEMA. Reinforce FEMA, define FEMA's mission, clearly define their mission, fund them. There is no better way to do this. And one thing that was brought up, and I believe it was by the director in South Carolina, was that when you talk about response, I get it. FEMA, as far as a response agency, emergency management in itself is not response. But that recovery side of the storm, they do work that none of us are capable of doing at the local and I think at the state level. And one of the things that was brought up is, what happens when you have a national database of people who are getting benefits and hopefully trying to be made somewhat close to right by FEMA? What happens if that's gone and it's handled by the states? That's a mess. That means you have people that possibly could go state to state and collect benefits, and thereby taking it away from people who actually have not received benefits yet. I mean, this is, I'm getting a little in the weeds, but this could be a total disaster if it's not handled correctly. And so I do believe that cooler heads will prevail, and I think that certainly what I heard from that meeting was, stop the talk about getting rid of FEMA, and I don't think that'll happen.
So I'll say this.
I agree, and I just want to add one thing to this. In the assistance needed external to the local municipality has got to be dependent upon developing a monetary plan to stay afloat, because there are very few municipalities in America that go to zero for income and can make the next payday, let alone 2 paydays. So without the ability to pay for your municipal people who we depend upon in these agencies at the local and state level, we've got to have the capability to fund their salaries and take care of their families. Otherwise, they can't do the job and won't be here to do the job.
Because you did that, Colonel, right? You kept the payroll going, some millions of dollars, and
I know that story.
of course
I don't know if I get out of here alive.
The mayor called me, I guess we were about maybe 5 or 6 days. He had already seen the president. And somehow the president told him, said, if you need anything, you talk to that general. So lo and behold, I'm minding my own business. The evacuation's done. We're out there to search and rescue. Terry Abbott is getting 3 hours sleep now. And the mayor called me. He said, I need money. I got to make payroll. The bank was out and there was no moolah in the bank. So he described, I said, well, I'm a federal officer. I don't get involved with that. He said, General, the president said, if I got a problem, talk to you. I said, okay. So I had the aide get Andy Card on the phone. Now, this is unusual for a field commander to talk to the White House. I'm just saying that don't happen in most cases. So got Card on the phone. Mayor said he need money, need to make payroll. Got no money. Okay, give me a few minutes. Half hour later, he called back and said, tell the mayor his payroll is going to be covered by this bank. I forget the name of the bank. And they're going to cover the city payroll. That's how you get stuff done when the president says solve the problem. But Terry described it right. Cities don't have but a few weeks cash on hand. That's right. And you got to pay that overtime because you're not just paying regular time, you're paying overtime. And now you can go back and ask for recovery money and get reimbursed, but up front you still got to make payroll. But that's how we solved it back then. I don't know how they would do it now. It would probably be done in a tweet on Truth Social. They're begging for money and I'm not going to give them to her because they didn't vote for me or some bullshit.
Colonel, it's threads now. It's threads.
Camille, as it relates to FEMA of the future, right? I am very concerned, right? Based on some of the guidance I've started to see on how they will handle public assistance, to handle public assistance and give you a grant based on an estimate and not actual cost, right? That's one of the things they're proposing. But how that plays out in reality when you're recovering, what we started to see when we started getting bids in 2009, because we were competing against ourselves by bidding 13 projects in a matter of 7 weeks, right? And the hospital was going up, or there were talks about the hospital. You start to see cost escalation from a construction perspective, and you're competing against yourself. So that estimate that is done in 2007, or even 2010 when we got our settlement, right? And Joe, it was only 40 schools. It wasn't 83. I wish it was 83 schools. It was only 40 that we were able to rebuild and renovate new. But that number quickly goes up. And if I'm basing it on today's dollars and there's no ability to get actual costs, the community is going to be stuck like Chuck. And there's a real concern about some of the things that they're talking about doing. One of the biggest things that we did that they're trying to continue doing, which I'm grateful for, is in 2009 when we were doing the pre-work, I had to deal with FEMA historical people, I had to deal with CDBG historical people, and in 2000, when Sandy hit, they passed legislation to say, only deal with one, FEMA, and then the federal government coordinates with all of its internal reviews. I, as the applicant, don't have to coordinate. So there's been multiple lessons from Katrina and other disasters that have been implemented. We should be improving FEMA, not breaking it, because if we got to deal with the individual states from a public assistance, there were moments when FEMA was looking at the state going, why are you being more difficult than us? There were moments I didn't know who I was fighting against or advocating against, right? Because there were moments when it was like, oh, I'm fighting both FEMA and the state because I'm new to disaster, but not just me, most applicants are new to disasters. So people say I'm here to help, but are you really? One of the biggest things we had up against us was the request for mobile campuses. There was a request, urban myth, where the superintendent before Pastorak, Robin Jarvis, asked for mission deployment where the federal government would come in and build the mobile campuses for on behalf of the city and on behalf of the school district. That never happened and it got ignored. So now you're asking a school district to create campuses because you don't know how many kids are coming home, and they don't have the internal capacity because they had a maintenance team, not a capital team in existence at the time the storm hit. So I can go on and on about fixing FEMA, but not breaking it.
Okay. We are coming to the end. We have about 12 minutes left in this session, and we would like to open it for questions from the audience. If you have one, please make yourself be known. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. 1 minute, please.
Hey, I went to the Britannia Theatre last night and saw a film about some neighbors in the Broadmoor area that had not gone on a helicopter that was offered them because they were frightened they were going to be taken to the Superdome where people were running out of food and water and people were dying. So I just wanted to direct my comment to this gentleman. And I certainly, as a New Orleans resident, I definitely appreciate the fact that you're trying to get a way for people who maybe haven't got transport and can go to safety without feeling like they're going to be put in more danger if they leave than if they stay. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Thank you all for being here on stage, especially my fellow service members. I'm a Marine of 21 years, recently retired. I was here 20 years ago. I was actually volunteered at the Superdome. My family was one of the families that didn't have the finances to evacuate. As we talk about our vulnerable communities, our elderly, our people with mental health or disabled, in New Orleans that also include people, and I'm pretty sure most of you are New Orleanians, that includes financial instability. A lot of our families cannot evacuate due to financial instability. So again, thank y'all for being there and being boots on the ground. My question is, in today's world with a lot of disinformation and misinformation, and we have access to phones and tweets and everything else that goes out, is the city currently planning any educational programs to properly educate our citizens on the work that RTA is doing in NOLA Ready? Is there a push outside of NOLA Ready that the city is receiving, our residents are receiving information to know how to evacuate in a timely manner in case another storm, when another storm happens?
Yeah. May I take a first shot at that? I went to a little country called Cuba. They don't have a FEMA. They're a bunch of communists. But you know what they do there? They teach the juniors and seniors in high school as a part of their curriculum to prepare for hurricane season. And they send the high school students through the community to inspect to see if there's limbs hanging over the wire, if there's trash closing the gutter, if the ditches are cleared and they need to be cleared. They educate them. We had a Category 3 go through Cuba before we came here. Nobody's lost. They get these students through work and life learning to be prepared for hurricane season. In Louisiana, we spend more time getting ready for SEC and SWAC football and Mardi Gras than we do for hurricane season. We get our feelings hurt if the Saints lose, but we get killed if we don't evacuate. We've got to change a cultural shift to recognize that we live in a hurricane zone and incorporate that into what we are doing. I'll tell you what else this little poor country do. If you're on dialysis, when there's a hurricane watch, a warning, you call a taxi and it takes you to a center. They got no money. The trucks come through and you put your refrigerator and your mattress on the truck and they take you to high ground because they have no FEMA. Right now, all this is, well, I got insurance and FEMA will pay me for my house if you get flooded in the flood zone. We need to rethink our resiliency beyond, well, I pay too much for insurance. Because this is spiraled out of control. We've got to recognize we live in a flood zone and start acting like we live in a flood zone. A woman in her third trimester, before the hurricane comes, you got to go to the hospital and they take care of you. We got 100 ambulances waiting in Hattiesburg, Mississippi to send to New Orleans to go pick sick people up in their houses. That is about the stupidest response we can continue to do. We've got to prepare communities to be resilient by including it on how we live. Y'all with me on that? And we've got to go beyond that. The government is going to take care of that. This has to be ingrained in our culture and in our communities by having our young people participate. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Okay, real quick. Yeah, make it quick.
Thank you for the question. Outreach is ongoing and continuous. I would tell anyone here you can actually request an outreach on hurricanes or many other topics by going to ready.nola.gov. And one of the things, to the General's point, is we're getting to the kids now. Working with Tulane University, we did a teen community emergency response camp last year, and then this year we did a hurricane for high school girls, because what is happening is those kids are learning about disaster preparedness, and then they're going home and asking their parents, what's our plan? And that's how I think that is an entree into getting to adults that need to think about this more, is to get children involved and engaged in this.
Thank you guys so much. I'm going to end on a round robin. Yes or no? Or maybe so. Okay? Are we ready? Are we ready in the event that another disaster should hit our area? Dr. Reed?
I'd say maybe so.
Maybe so. Lona, is RTA ready? Is the city ready?
Yes.
General Honore?
Government's ready. I'm concerned about the citizens.
Joe Threat?
Yes.
The city's ready.
We're ready.
Colin?
Yes, but I will say one thing, and I learned this from Colonel Ebert, I learned it from Joe Threat, and I saw it on the ground with General Honore. We have to develop a mission-oriented mindset over compliance. There are times where you got to take the rules and kind of put them down low, and you have to accomplish the mission. And I'm really speaking about bureaucracy. I don't think it exists as much at the local level, but at higher levels, it gets more and more expanded. And I think the successes you saw with General Honore was because he's a military man and he understands that there is a time where you get the job done and write the checks later.
Colonel?
I think we're a great nation, as I said before, with more resources and capability than almost any place in the world. There is no reason as a country we can't exist with the plans and the capacity and capability to take care of our citizens. But it requires a plan, somebody to drive the plan, the resources to develop the plan, and to practice the plan. And if we do that, we should be the safest place in the world. But we've got a long way to go.
Will we get our ship?
Get our ship?
Someday, I think we will.
John McCain was going to give us a ship and he died. That's a mission the Navy don't want. The goddamn Navy goes to South America every year on 4 or 5 cruises fixing teeth. And we tried to get the Navy, follow the storm in with a wide body ship, or with some of the Gator Navy. You come in by sea, you got helicopters, you got food, you got Marines, you got an ER room. They will not take that mission. But we've got to continue to be persistent, because that will make a hell of a difference if they follow the hurricane in. And by the time Katrina was over, we had 20 Navy ships committed to Katrina. to include an aircraft carrier. And by Tuesday of the second week, I told the carrier to go home. That's a little bit excess. We don't need you here. But we had 20 ships committed. But they should follow the storm in. Is the best way in the coastal area to have immediate response. And the Pentagon and the White House, even the last president, I yelled at him. I don't think he was hearing. Let the military go in and help. They've gotten this idea that hurricane response is the province of the National Guard, which is okay. But when Helena hit, you had Fort Campbell, 100 miles away, you had Fort Bragg, you had the Marine Expeditionary Force, and Lloyd Austin and Joe Biden sitting around looking at each other doing news conference. Just let the active military go save lives. That's where it was before we had a FEMA. Because the troops are sitting there. If they're not deployed, they want to go save Americans. Let them go in and work with the National Guard. But we need to give every commander the authority to go save lives, and we'll stop all this TV drama about responding, not recovery, responding. Because that can save a lot of lives, because they can immediately go in. When the Texas flood happened, Fort Hood is 40 miles from the flood. Sitting there with 30,000 troops and 100 helicopters. Guess what DHS didn't mobilize? The active duty. They shouldn't have to mobilize them. That commander should have said, okay, boys, let's wrap them up, boys and girls. We're going in to save lives. It didn't happen. And it makes us look stupid as a nation. We can have the best response in the world. You coordinate with the locals, you find out who's in charge, you find out what National Guard General, and you pile in federal assets. Hell, we go all around the world doing these missions. Let's do it here in America.
Thank you, sir. All right, that is the conclusion of this session. We thank you all. Thank you, panelists. This is Katrina 20 years later. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still standing. We are still New Orleans. Thank you.
Nice job, Camille.
The next group of mini breakout sessions will begin in 5 minutes. The next round of mini breakout sessions will begin in 5 minutes. Just a reminder, we do have one session happening in this room right here, the Gentili room. We also have the Treme upstairs, which has a session, as well as multiple mini breakout sessions on the 3rd floor. So please feel free to check out the 3rd floor. Like I said, we have multiple mini breakout sessions occurring, and they will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you. We will be resuming programming in 1 minute. Programming will resume in 1 minute. Please note, here in Gentili, resilience is everybody's business, a whole of community approach that will be occurring in Gentili. Upstairs on the 3rd floor, we have 4 breakout sessions. Won't Bow Down, New Orleans Culture. Lakeview, we have the transformation of the New Orleans healthcare system. New Orleans East, unpacking 20 years of New Orleans education. And in the lower 9, from then to now to next, the evolution of youth investments. Please start making your way to your breakout sessions. Those will begin in 1 minute. Again, programming will resume in 1 minute. Thank you. Please take your seats. Programming is about to begin. If you're making your way to another session, please make your way now. Programming is about to begin. Thank you.
Do you want me to test them? All right, well, I've been given the green light to start. So I will start by briefly introducing myself. Hello, everyone. I am Carol Markowitz, CEO for SBP, a national disaster resilience and recovery nonprofit. And over the past 2 decades, SBP, I'm very proud to share with you all, has helped to rebuild over 6,700 homes in 16 communities across the United States and the Bahamas. But it all started here. We were founded on the heels of Katrina in St. Bernard Parish. And so this event carries tremendous significance for our organization, as I'm sure it does for all of you here and all of New Orleans as well. I want to start by thanking the city for giving us this opportunity to celebrate the resilience of the New Orleans community through this summit, but by also giving voice to how we've evolved over the years. And as we look towards the future, how we're hopeful and empowered with regards to the work ahead of us here, but also in ways that we can help other communities based on the lessons we've learned and the knowledge we own based on decades of experience in the resilience business. So with that, I just say that SBP is deeply humbled to be here, and I am very honored to be joined on the stage by this distinguished group of panelists who I will introduce now. Starting to my immediate right, Tim Poche is the Chief Executive Officer of Delta Utilities, which recently expanded to serve natural gas customers across Louisiana and Mississippi. Tim has several decades of leadership in energy and finance and has guided complex mergers, acquisitions, and corporate transformations. Tim is a Louisiana native and is deeply engaged in civic leadership and community service, serving on the Women's Hospital Foundation Board of Directors and as a member of both the New Orleans Business Council and a former member of the Committee of 100 for Louisiana. To his right, or to, I guess, the left from where you guys are seated, is Brooks Nelson, is Director of Strategic Initiatives at the Walmart Foundation, where he leads disaster preparedness and response efforts, as well as product donations for Walmart and its foundation. Brooks is also former Senior Director of Global Resilience at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation Corporate Citizenship Center, that's a long name, where he managed the Community Resilience and Disaster Response Program and is, in full transparency, a current member of SBP's Board of Directors. And to Brooks's right needs no introduction, I'm sure, but is Senator Mary Landrieu, current Senior Policy Advisor at Van Ness Feldman and former U.S. Senator for the state of Louisiana from 1997 to 2015. Senator Landrieu was the leading voice in Washington for the Gulf Coast recovery effort in the wake of Katrina and Rita. She secured more than $120 billion in recovery dollars and advocated tirelessly for disaster recovery projects in her home state. And last but not least, Chris Cameron is Executive Director of Hands On New Orleans. With 3 decades of disaster management experience, both domestically and internationally, Chris has been at the forefront of Louisiana's recovery statewide efforts since 2012. During Hurricanes Laura and Ida, Chris oversaw statewide multi-agency donation warehouses that saved communities $13.5 million while providing critical relief to thousands of Louisiana households. Thank you all for being here today. Now to set the stage. Rigorous analysis from government leaders and academics found that Katrina highlighted the need for a comprehensive approach to disaster preparedness and resilience. When we designed this panel discussion, one truth was top of mind, that resilience is and must be everyone's business, a whole of community culture in which federal, state, and local government, the private sector, community organizations, and individual citizens all share common goals and responsibilities for ensuring resilience. So I know everyone's a little tired of hearing that, or maybe not everybody, but many people are tired of hearing it. And I heard President of our City Council, J.P. Morrell, officially say that we're retiring the word, but resilience is what we'll be spending the next hour discussing. And our intent here is really to invite our panelists here today to share their insights and perspectives on how each sector owns a slice of preparedness and how we can work together to build a more disaster resilient future. So with that, I am going to ask each of you in your respective lines of work, how do you define resilience and why does it matter to your sector? And Senator Landrieu, I'll start with you.
It's an excellent question, and I can understand why some of us may be tired of the word resilient because we've heard it over and over again, but we might be tired of the word, but we can't get tired of the work because it's very, very important for us to think as a community, as a city, as a region that's going to be continued to be hit by storms. These storms are not going away. Just like the wildfires are not going away in California and Los Angeles, the rivers are still going to overflood and hurt people in Texas and in South Carolina. We're not the only ones that experience great disaster. And we just have to get it in our minds that there's nothing, well, there are some things, but they're long-range things like climate change mitigation. But not in the immediate future can we stop these huge storms from hitting us. And I mean huge storms. I mean 150 mile an hour winds, 125 mile an hour winds. So when we say as leaders to all of our constituents, we have to be more resilient, what does that mean? That means that we have to be standing up when the next storm passes. We may be knocked down temporarily, but we have to find a way to stand up again. It does not mean that everybody has to do that on their own. It doesn't mean that everybody has all the money they need to do that. It doesn't mean that every family is as strong as every other family, but as a community, we have to think. And it's scary, because what you want to do, and I'm not going to go on, what you want to sort of think is, we don't really want to have to do that. I understand that. But we have to know it's going to happen again, whether it's in 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. Now, I'm 70 years old, so hear what I'm telling you. I was a child when Betsy hit. I was a child when Camille hit. I was an adult when Katrina hit. And my children are gonna, be in these storms. So that's what we mean when we say resilient. Our levees can't break. They must stand strong. Our hospital system must be able to turn on a generator when the lights go out, okay? The air condition has to try to work some way, maybe not every minute, but we've got to figure out that. And so that, to me, it's not a bumper sticker, but that's the concept of resiliency, so that our city government can bounce back, our firefighters can bounce back, our police can bounce back, and we can rebuild. Now, we have a long way to go until we're truly resilient. And it's not because we're not strong enough or smart enough. Our federal government hasn't exactly figured that out yet. It's a work in progress that our federal, state, and city government have to figure out how to help us all be more resilient. So I'll stop there. But that's kind of the way I think about it. I'm sorry it's not a short definition, but we may be tired of the word, but we cannot be tired of the work.
Thank you, Senator. Brooks, how about you in the corporate sector? How do you define resilience, and why does it matter to your sector?
Yeah, to build on the Senator's comments, I think it is such a broad word because it impacts so much of our daily life and from the business side as well. For Walmart, when a disaster hits a community, we think about our response with our associates first. How do we take care of our people? Then how do we take care of our operations? How do we get the store back up and running as quickly as possible? And then how do we take care of the community? And I think resilience runs through all of those. We think about how do we make our associates more resilient? How do we think about our operations? How do we think about our stores and our physical aspects that need to be resilient to a storm? But also the supply chain. How do we make sure that we have this surety of supply, that our farmers are resilient so that the produce can get on the shelves? How are we thinking about our manufacturers and that they're resilient in the communities where they exist? And then the community as well. You know, we need the community just as much as they need Walmart, and so we want to make sure that they're resilient so that they can bounce back as quickly as possible.
Speaking of community, I'm going to look to you next, Chris, to share us how you define resilience in the work that you do.
Sure. When I think about resiliency, I think about it through three different lenses. The first is, what does it mean for an individual or a household? That does include being able to bounce back faster, and as Mary kind of talked about, and finances are a big part of that. But I think it's beyond that. I think it's can we bounce back faster as households and deal with the stresses of every time something threatens us? That, to me, is really critical in accounting for that mental health and wellness piece about how we're able to cope with trauma, unexpected things. Nobody ever thought saltwater intrusion. I have done 30 years of tabletop exercises with a zinger. No one said the Midwest was going to dry up and the river was going to let salt water in, right? So for that, that's my kind of part. For the social definition, I think it's what positive outcomes are we creating after we go through something again? Is there a solution there where what improvements kind of within the immediate area, within your neighborhoods, within your community? And then resiliency for me at the systemic change level, which is we're talking the federal government, states, everybody getting together. For me, that's the hazard mitigation. And I think that it's really important, and I'm very proud of this city and all of the work that we've done since Katrina. We have taken a whole community approach. I have advised other cities that have not done that. So for me, that resiliency is creating the systemic change, whether it's strengthening the levees, improving the way that we are communicated, warned about, building, well, we called them cooling centers because we haven't had a hurricane yet, but that will be in the aftermath, right? We have spaces that are available for people to get immediate help in their neighborhoods.
Chris, would you like to talk to us about how you define resiliency in your work?
Sure, thanks, Carol. And I think it's not a coincidence how this panel is constructed, right? You have public and private sector and resources, and as a regulated utility, we kind of sit in the middle. So I think about resiliency in a couple of different ways. First, like you would expect, how do we serve our customers, right? So resiliency means how do we plan for these events? How do we, the scenarios that we build, how do we secure resources to make sure that we can maintain service throughout an event or throughout an economic cycle? Then how do we restore service and recover? But it's not just that from our perspective. It's really a community function, because to the extent that we can't participate in the success, in the vitality of the community, then we haven't been successful. And all of that has to evolve in, an event that we're communicating well as an organization. So it's not just, from our perspective, it's not just pipes and assets, but it's really around people and communities, and making sure that we think about and we act upon our work and our service in a manner that upholds the responsibility that we have.
Carol, can I add one thing on this? I'm so glad Tim's on this panel, because 20 years, like hindsight is 20/20 now. When we look back, no matter what age you were when Katrina hit, you can see things a lot more clearly than, of course, we could when we were in the middle of the high water, running, crying, whatever we all did to get out of the water and, absorb the destruction around us. But I want to focus on this, because now after Katrina, I do this work all the time, and I want you all to think about the first thing people need, besides saving yourself and your family from injury or worse, is electricity. Nobody can do anything to rebuild, to open a store, to get a bottle of water, to do anything without electricity. So this gas, and I don't represent them, they're not my client, but I want to say, Delta Utilities has all the gas now they just bought Entergy and they bought CenterPoint. So they have all the gas now from Mississippi and Louisiana. So think about this. You want your gas water heater to work. You want your gas stove to work. If your house is the least bit inhabitable, maybe one part of your house is. You want your electricity on as soon as possible, but what happens with our electricity, and it's not Entergy's fault or CLECO's fault, but trees fall on the wires, and it takes a long time for the crews to get those trees off. This is exactly how this works. You all know this. So everybody's wanting to get back and get their chainsaw out. Good luck plugging your chainsaw into what? To get the trees up. You can't. So we have, as a community, think the first thing, getting our lights back on as fast as possible, getting our power back on. Would you like to try to go to a gas station so maybe you could drive someone to the hospital and the gas pumps don't work because they don't have electricity? So everybody in this community has to think and stop yelling at all the electrical people and gas people and work together and say, what can we do to help you all, get our gas on and get our electricity on? Because once you have power, literally that power, then you have a lot more ability to drive if you have a car, get on a bus that has gas, turn your lights on and be cool. Older people can get very, very, it's hard for them in the heat. So these cooling centers are important, and maybe these solar, I'm sorry that President Trump eliminated our solar for all. It was not a smart thing to do, because if we had solar, little pockets of solar too, that would help, so at least people could plug their cell phones in. And the last thing I'll say about resiliency is this. Remember Katrina, we didn't even have cell phones. There was no texting in Katrina. We forget that. We think, why wasn't anybody communicating? Well, you couldn't. Hey, Marcia, you didn't have a way to communicate. Now today, you'd be getting text from everyone, and this is what's happening, but 20 years ago. So now we have new technology. That should help us, that's all I'll say, but we need to keep that power up and keep our ability to plug in our phones so we can communicate with each other. That would really help us a lot more, right? So.
Thank you for that, Mary. I love all these answers. I feel like, just to recap, I've heard resiliency really covers everything from preparedness all the way through recovery and what kind of outcomes we create through that recovery work. Involves technology, systems, infrastructure, but all of this really starts and ends with the people in mind, whether it's your clients, your associates, your constituents, your community, where you live, and the people that you love. So thank you for all your perspectives on what resilience means. Senator Landrieu, I'm going to come back to you and ask, based specifically on the lessons learned from Katrina, what do you believe is absolutely essential to strengthening resilience in cities like New Orleans, too many cities like New Orleans that have limited resources yet face significant risk of future disasters?
Well, look, we're not the only, our city is poorer than most cities. We're not the poorest. We're poorer than many, but we're not the poorest. We have a lot of strengths, and just because we're poor, generally we can't say, oh, sorry for us, we can't do anything. We have to think, what can we do? And remember, other communities, St. Bernard was destroyed. They were a little bit higher economic average than New Orleans as an average. But other communities get hit too. So I think, one of the things that we need to keep in mind is we do need help from the federal government. And I want to agree with what General Honore and I think the other panel said. I listened to them. We don't need to eliminate FEMA. We need to fix FEMA. And there's some young people in this audience that are literally working on that right now. And there's a bill that's been drafted. I've heard it's good. I haven't read it, but I'm going to read it this week. I'm going to engage. There's a bill, the House committee, to sort of reform FEMA. The FEMA that showed up with us, let me just tell you, was hapless. Okay, not only was the gentleman who ran it totally unqualified, and his name was Michael Brown. I want the camera to hear this. His name was Michael Brown. His qualifications to run FEMA was he was the president of the Arabian Horse Society. Do you all remember this? So I opened the door. I was at the center, and I welcomed him because I'm the senator, so of course I would. I'm first in line. Hello, how are you? Michael Brown, I'm Mary Landrieu, the senator. He walked in, eyes glazed over. He did not even know where he was, Kim, what he was doing. A few of us took one look at that, and we figured, he's done. I don't even think I talked to him after that. I mean, it was so clear to me, he was completely out of his league. So the person that shows up, and we're thinking, holy moly. So that was, number one. Now that's been fixed because what we did after Katrina, at my assistant urgence and lots of other people, give us a person, qualified. Let's start with that. Then put people in the agency that actually know what they're doing. Let's start with that. Number three, stop sending us a new person every week. Send us the same people. You remember how every week, Kim, a new person would show up and we'd be like, who are you? Oh, well, they sent us down here. So FEMA would rotate people around. It was a nightmare. Then we would go look and, FEMA says to me, I'm the senator, and to our delegation, basically, here's the toolbox. So we had to go look at the law. What are we entitled to? I mean, I didn't know. I wasn't an expert in disaster. What are we entitled to? Well, I could go through a whole list of 100 things that were frightening to me and would be frightening to you if you read it, like, how much money can the city of New Orleans borrow under the law? Do you know what the answer was? $5 million. That was the law when Katrina hit. $5 million, I said $5 million wouldn't help a half of one neighborhood. The city budget was $240, if I remember something like this, somebody can Google it, was $240 million a year. I said, what is $5 million? Well, that's what the law is, that's all you can borrow. I said, well, we're gonna have a hell of a time. I mean, so from my perspective, I wanna share with you, not that I'm looking for sympathy or mercy or anything like that, what the federal government presented to our congressional delegation was wholly inadequate to help anybody. And it was only because of Governor Blanco's leadership and assistance, and she, like me, were very stubborn women, We looked at them and basically, I can almost remember me doing this, threw the toolbox back at them and said, I'm not even going to try to fix what has been broken with this toolbox, and you better give me about 100 better tools, because there is no way I can't help one neighborhood, I can't help one group. So that's kind of how I spent my time, which is what you saw me yelling and screaming a lot on television, was trying to get the federal government to understand. I wasn't trying to make anybody look bad. I was just telling them, this is not even possible. We have to build a whole new levee system. We have to build a hospital system. We have 250,000 homes are destroyed. I have people that don't have insurance. They don't have any way to rebuild their homes. I have families that, don't have the resources to rebuild their homes. Even the wealthy families in my community are hurting and stretched. So I'll stop there. But I just can't tell you all how horrible it was. And what I'm proudest of is I never gave up. Kathleen Blanco never gave up. We organized, never talked to Michael Brown. He was, gone. I don't know where he was. He literally, y'all, I want this on the record. This is when I really got sick to my stomach. I could still get nauseated. I heard him on his cell phone ask his staff where they were going to go to lunch. I want you to know that. I heard that with my own ears. When I heard that, people, I hadn't eaten in like 2 days. Nobody was eating anything. Everyone was just in panic mode. And he wanted to take us, where was his staff going to line up lunch for him? I thought, okay, this guy's gone. So that was the first day, and it's been thousands of days since. But the bottom line is, this community never gave up. We fought hard. We now have the best levee system of any city in the nation. We were able to rebuild our schools. And no, we didn't rebuild 80 schools. We rebuilt 40. And we actually have 2 or 3 too many. I'm sorry to say to everybody, but our population of our schools has dropped from 65,000 kids to 40,000. So you can't build 80 schools. Plus, we had built black schools and white schools. Remember, post-integration, we had a whole group of white-only schools. And then we had African-American schools with some, not by design, but that's how it was. But we did have all-white schools by design. So we had to reconfigure that whole school system. I could go on, but I'll stop and just say that, part of it is the federal government did learn a lot from Katrina, and then every disaster since, the communities have been helped because of what we've insisted: higher loan amounts, road home programs, community development, disaster grants. We made that up. It didn't even exist. There was no such thing as block grants. But we said we have to have them. We can't do this. The role of the military changed. The role of the National Guard changed. We just kind of made it happen. There was no playbook. But I'm proud of that, because not only did we recover for the most part, we have lots more work to do. And I myself drove through the lower Ninth Ward, so I can talk to anybody about it. I did it yesterday. And I was in St. Bernard yesterday morning for 5 hours. So I've got eyes on the situation. But we did the best we could in many, many instances, but we also helped a lot of other communities. And these guys can tell you, if they were involved in disasters, and you know yourself, Carol, how the people of New Orleans helped shape recovery response from many different cities since Katrina hit us.
Thank you for that. That was very, very insightful. I'm going to switch a little bit to the private sector now. And Brooks, ask you, why was resilience such a big priority for the Foundation's philanthropy after Katrina? And to this day, how do lessons from Katrina inform how Walmart thinks about the resilience of the physical communities where its customers, employees, and assets are located?
Yeah, Katrina was incredibly pivotal for the company. I think so many of our stores, so many of our associates were impacted, the communities were impacted, but it's also showed us the rigor and what the company could do when the community is at its worst, and the role that it played getting supplies through the convoy of trucks into the communities when the federal government couldn't. We had a store manager bulldoze the front of the store just so that people could get in and come get supplies. And so it was really a charge for our CEO at the time, Lee Scott, to really think about, okay, if we can do this when a community is at its worst, what if we did this every single day as a company and we made the world a better place for our customers, for our associates, and for the next generation. And so that's really what launched our sustainability goals, our regeneration goals, and how we thought about disaster response as a company. And now in the last 5 years, we've really been looking at the preparedness side. And I'll touch on the community piece. I could talk about all the different assets as a company, kind of how we think about resilience and investing in the preparedness. But from the philanthropic side, we're really looking at where are some of the more vulnerable communities to natural hazards, and how do we think about building capacity in those communities so that they're thinking about the risks, they're preparing for them, and planning for them. It's a huge, asset for us because 90% of the population lives within 10 miles of a Walmart. And so these are our customers, these are the communities, and so we need to be there to help those communities be more resilient. And so been able to partner with organizations like SBP and others to think about how do we help these communities think about disaster preparedness and resilience in a new way, and how do they bring the projects in, find the investments needed to support those projects.
And I just want to underscore what he just said. This is how the federal government should think, but they don't, but this is how they should think. Why does the federal government do supplies when there's a Walmart, tells that again, within 10 miles of 90% of Americans? Think about that. The federal government should think, let's go talk to Walmart. Their stores are there. Let's try to make some arrangements with Walmart so if this happens, maybe they would open their doors and let people take things for free, to get what they need, the supplies, instead of the convoluted. Y'all, I'm going to cry if I tell y'all this because I just remembered it. But do y'all remember the ice trucks? Does anybody remember the saga of the ice trucks? Some goofy person I'm going to make up this, I don't know the exact, but somebody can Google it and correct the record, but this is roughly accurate. Some goofy person ordered ice to be loaded in trucks in Virginia.
I forgot about that.
In Virginia. And they rode 20 18-wheelers trying to get ice to Louisiana from Virginia. The trucks got stuck. People were desperate for ice. Lots of people, like hospitals needed ice. Not just for us to drink cold Coca-Cola or whatever you drink. I drink Fresca, but whatever. You can't make this stuff up. You cannot. And then I think by the time they got here, the ice had melted. And Lord only knows how much money it cost. And then for them to yell at one of my constituents for taking $1,500 more than they deserved, and they wanted to put them in jail. That's what made me crazy, okay? I watched the federal government waste so much money and then complain to me, oh, well, somebody took a check they shouldn't have gotten. Kim, I wanted to just strangle them. But no, I could go on and on. That went on. It was so incompetent. You all have no idea. Of course, you felt the incompetence. But I just remembered that. And yeah. So I'm for the Walmart plan. I'm like, let's come up with, and then maybe there are other companies too that are out there. Like Target has a lot of companies, Cane's, has lots of chicken, Popeyes, whatever. We need to be talking to companies like this in case this happens and our people are hungry, we can figure it out instead of, spending $1 gazillion on contractors to wheel in food from, Wisconsin.
That's a great opportunity for me to segue a little bit as a contrast maybe to incompetence. Chris, let me ask you, what role do volunteers play in building community resilience? What gap are they filling, and why is that such a crucial part of the broader preparedness puzzle?
The role of volunteers, the good intentions. I think it's important to note first, just a data point, that post-Katrina And to this day, statistically, we have the most nonprofits in our city per capita than anywhere else in the nation. And a lot
Amen.
of that
That's
was
fabulous.
born out of Katrina. Hands on New Orleans was born from Katrina. SBP was born from Katrina, and many more. But when we're looking at that, right, and we know we're a poor state, right? We know that there's systemic oppression, historic oppression, right? All the systemic things that have kind of kept people down. So there are a lot of problems, right? And while every nonprofit obviously focuses on a different impact area, a different cause, a different mission, I think the underlying part of that is that, but we all utilize volunteers in some type of way. We don't have the capacity to solve the societal problem that we're aiming for without help. And I think that that's really unique because it does take legal volunteers and the medical volunteers and folks that are really good at fundraising to give us more money, and folks like Walmart and Delta Utilities and Entergy, right? But the role of that volunteer, I think it's in every single part of the disaster cycle. It is in helping communities be prepared. What does that look like? And it doesn't need to be formal volunteering through a volunteer center like mine. It literally can be, are you paying attention to the senior who's aging in place at the end of the block, right? How do you do that? How are we helping each other get prepared for that? Certainly in the aftermath of a storm, for the role of the volunteers can be, right, to volunteer to go to the cooling center, right? Or just check on their neighbors and things like that. So as we kind of go through this in long-term recovery, when you think about we need people to rebuild homes, right? If schools were flooded, if they were in bad condition but they need repainting, when you're kind of thinking through what does it take for a society to function, really there's a role for volunteers in all of that.
Thank you for that. Tim, what role do utility companies like Delta play in building community resilience? Can you describe what that looks like in practice?
You know, at Delta Utilities, you know, obviously our mission is natural gas, and that's unique. It's the energy of last resort, as Senator Landrieu was discussing. It's critical to our infrastructure. It's what keeps, in emergency situations, our hospitals operative, keeps backup generation going. So whether it's a hurricane like we're talking about now, or another natural disaster, or a cold weather event like a Winter Storm Uri, it's fundamental to our communities and how we operate. So we're fortunate that we have some advantages that other utilities don't. Most of our infrastructure is underground, which is good from a weather perspective, and we should be moving as a country to harden all of our utility systems in a similar manner. But and natural gas also has another advantage, is that it really generates itself and it uses its own fuel for transmission purposes. So it's very resilient in and of itself in a time of disaster. And that's important. We all, as residents here in New Orleans, we all depend upon backup generation. A lot of us have, you know, backup gas generators at our homes and community centers and hospitals to ensure that we have that continuity and quality of life. And so we do a lot of things from a utility perspective, not just having a comprehensive business continuity plan, but making sure that we have alternative ways and purchase points for gas, and making sure our system is redundant and making sure it's well maintained. Those are just kind of the table stakes from that perspective. And you know, that's what we have to do as a company that is regulated and serves the community. But we think about it a little bit broader from an economic perspective, right? When the store down the street doesn't have power, doesn't have backup power, and can't operate, that hurts that business owner, that hurts the people that go to that store and can't buy the supplies they need. when the manufacturing facility down the street can't operate because they don't have gas or power. That hurts all of us from a community perspective. So we understand as a regulated utility, we've been given a lot, but we have a big responsibility from that perspective. We take that very seriously. And it also has, an institutional perspective within our communities in that gas and the resiliency of power and the infrastructure is what makes our communities sustainable. And so whether it's community centers, whether it's hospitals, whether it's our first responders, having that fuel to be able to operate and do their jobs is critical. And, I'd say that to the extent that we do our job as a utility and the integrity of the system and the success that we have, that will define how, as a community, we recover from these types of events. And so it's a big responsibility, and we take it very seriously.
And Carol, I just want to add on the volunteer point. I'm a huge advocate for volunteers, and you're sitting with one of the great nonprofits that ever was born out of a disaster. And I know this because I was there from the beginning. The first house they gutted, I think I was there, and they've now gutted more than 6,700 all over the country. It started in St. Bernard Parish, one house at a time, gutting a home so a person could, and then gutting the next one, and then the next one, and putting the sheetrock and the rebuilding. We need volunteers. There are many examples of volunteers, but there is no substitute for an effective government. Government must act with muscle, with money, with clarity of purpose, with tested strategies. Government must operate with big companies that are strong too, and I'm not underestimating what small companies can do, but the big, powerful companies and the government need to step up. And then volunteers can fill in. But people in Washington kept telling me, well, why can't volunteers do this? I said, do you have any concept that our nonprofits are destroyed? Like our nonprofits that existed here in New Orleans, everyone had lost their homes. The nonprofits had lost their offices. There was no telephone service. You remember that. People don't, outside of our city, understand the breadth of the devastation that went on. When other storms hit, like Sandy in New York, it was a big area of New York, but the rest of the metropolitan area was functioning. Every night I go to bed and I thank the Lord that Jefferson Parish didn't go underwater as well, because if we would not have had Jefferson Parish with Orleans destroyed and St. Bernard destroyed and Plaquemine underwater, where would we have gone? And thank goodness the West Bank recovered sort of faster because the water wasn't as high, which is very unusual. Usually the West Bank floods more than the East Bank. So thank God we had high ground to stand on, and then there were no places for volunteers to live. That's why they had to live in tents and hotel rooms, because FEMA had to be in hotel rooms too. So thinking about that, yes, you want volunteers, we have to have them. But you could never rebuild a city like this with just volunteer help. And our churches were destroyed, where most of your volunteers come from, our places of faith. Almost every church was destroyed. Almost every school was destroyed.
Yeah, I think the senator brings up a good point, and I was thinking about it when Tim was speaking as well, is one thing that we haven't talked about when it comes to resilience is the collaboration and the connections that are so key in these communities across the different sectors, but even neighborhoods and neighbor to neighbor. An example I was thinking about as Tim was speaking in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, our Sam's Club had gas, and we were actually able to give gas to our competitor so that they could operate their generator, because we knew them being open made the community even stronger as well, and that we needed to collaborate and work together. So I think during disasters like this, competition goes away, and it's all about that human connection to be more resilient.
I think that's something we've all said, is that we can have the most detailed plans and contingencies of what we need within our organizations to do, but if we don't communicate effectively internally and we don't communicate across the spectrum, whether it's to the private sector, to the volunteer community, to governments, and we will all fail collectively. You know, it's not just, you know, if we work together, if we're a basket, we can catch something, but, you know, one finger, one hand won't do it.
That's great. I think there was a comment in an earlier panel today about, you know, there's rules and there's law, but really in times of crisis, you need to focus on the mission and to sort of do things sometimes differently to meet the mission. So at this point in time, we have this fabulous panel of folks representing community, government, corporate, infrastructure, and utilities. And I would like to now give you all a chance to ask our panel here some questions under our theme of a whole of community approach as it relates to the future and where we're going. So, oh, Chris? Oh, yeah, I noticed that. If you turn the page in the book, I think you'll see Chris's name and maybe Tim's name on the second page. Absolutely, but we're happy to, I think we have a mic that can move around if anybody wants to ask a question related to our theme.
Thank you all so much for your comments and your commitment to a stronger New Orleans, stronger state. I'm curious, there's lots to be done, but if you had to pick your number one priority each, what would it be as we think about a whole of community approach?
Think about, Kim, I want to get your question correct. One thing that needed to be changed that we could do differently, or one thing to focus on now?
I will start because in mid-November, the report will be due to the federal government. It's the FEMA Review Committee, which is essentially the federal government wants to return FEMA responsibilities to the states. And that concerns me greatly. There's a lot happening there. Part of it is they're going to raise the bar to qualify for disaster money, and it's going to be about 4 times as much per person for us to even qualify to get federal aid. Then they're going to lower the amount of aid. And then lessons, or we're talking about lessons from Katrina. I'm not concerned. The National Guard, we've got great emergency professionals, right? And because of Katrina, we've had to do it, and I know we can, but oftentimes it worries me, and I think someone alluded to this, when your first responders are survivors too, that changes the fundamental nature of how we are responding to each other. And so for me, I don't know what the change is other than please study it. Please use your voices appropriately. Notify your elected officials your feelings about that, because I am concerned. And it's not just us. I mean, it's going to be everywhere.
No, I'll jump on that. I'll say the one thing I want to do moving forward, but I'll say this is very important because I respect General Honore and I agree with a lot of what he says, but I'm a little bit nervous about wholesale allowing the military, Marines, Army, and Navy into a community, because under our government, under our current structure, it can be changed, but under our current structure, governors are in charge of their military, which are the National Guard. The president is in charge of the military in Washington. Now, President Trump is violating this. Not that other presidents haven't sent, federal troops in for desegregation purposes, so you could argue, well, he's doing the same thing, blah, blah, blah. But we have to be very careful about that. I think our National Guard is very expert. I mean, the Louisiana National Guard knows what the heck it's doing because they've had to do so much of it. So we have to be very careful about that. But also, what happens when your police when every policeman has lost their home, when every fireman has lost their home, when every police has lost the police station, every fireman lost the fire stations. We didn't have any functioning police or fire stations for first responders to respond. So the federal government has to think about that. The other bad thing about having each state do their own is this. Think about this. Let's say you're Arkansas. You have one bad disaster in 2000. then you might have people in the state that know how to respond then, but your next disaster is 2030 or 2040. That's 40 years since you deployed those people. First of all, if they were 40 years old, they're now 80. You know, I mean, you can't, I think the federal government has to maintain a professional staff of disaster responders that know the community, that are ready, that know how to do disasters, and wherever it's California or New, to work with more closely with the state would be mine. But we have to be very careful about how, or try to influence the federal government in the rework of this. And I could go on with other things, but that's a big issue.
And two, the reason every state, we are all under the National Incident Management System was because of 9/11. We had no way to shut down 50 states at the same time because everybody had 50 playbooks. So, right, and as we're going into the intensity and the frequency of these storms, the fact that they're rapid intensification, which means we're going to be sheltering in place more often. Do you see what I'm saying? But I think like help from Mississippi, maybe from our neighbors, but when it gets big enough, we need people that have all been reading and studying and practicing and drilling scenarios using the same language over and over and over again. For me as a nation, I think that's really important.
It also means companies like Walmart are then having to coordinate with every state as opposed to a coordinated federal response. But to answer your question, even though we have seen some retractions under this current administration, there has never been more dollars available for communities to invest in mitigation and preparedness. And so for us, I would say our number one priority is to help these communities access those federal funds that are available so that they can make these investments in communities. We've been successful thanks to SBP supporting fellows that we've placed in underserved communities across the Gulf Coast who have helped bring over $5 million of investments into those more rural communities. And so as much as we can think about programs like that really change the systems and change the resource flows into the communities that need it most is top priority, I would say, from our perspective.
And Kim, I guess I've alluded to it before, but to me it goes back to communication, right? How we communicate with our customers, how we communicate with our partners that serve the community defines how we're going to be successful in these types of events. And I don't think that we can be in a situation where we can't be more transparent or more communicative.
We have a couple more questions here. Yes.
So I guess my question is for the senator as well as some of the private sector companies. So how can we move forward as a community amplifying our voices about expectations or needs if it appears that, and I don't want to harp on it seeming like government isn't upholding their end of the bargain, right? But if it seems that oftentimes projects that are for the better well-being of constituents aren't making it through the House floor or, and I mean, I think the reason would be that private sectors are lobbying against it for the better of their profit, if that makes sense. And I could be wrong or misinformed, but just as a question for the senator as well as, I guess, some of you private company figureheads.
Well, I know how you could be a little nervous about that because businesses, their whole reason to exist is to make a profit. If they wouldn't make a profit, they couldn't stay in business. But what you just heard Walmart say and other companies, during a disaster, a lot of those barriers come down and they'll share with their competitors because in a disaster, like you're in a war zone, you're in a disaster, you are not there to make a profit, you're there to help people. And most businesses, I think. Now, there is some scamming. I mean, we saw it here. You saw contractors charge people 10 times more. You saw contractors come in and steal people's money. We saw some companies, now there's a law against it, federal law, that you're not supposed to run up the price of lumber or run up the price of X. You're not supposed to charge people more. There are laws that govern that. Sometimes they're violated. But I would say that at least most of the businesses I know after Katrina, all of them, from gas stations to food banks to restaurants, almost every business person I know did everything they possibly could to help their neighborhood and help their neighbors, come back. I mean, that was my experience. So that's what I would say. And, we have examples here of many, many projects that came to many different neighborhoods. We have to focus on the lower ninth and come up with a strategy for the lower nine. We built a $40 million school, and I had a lot to do with building that school, Lawless. Some of you may know where it is. It's now empty. It's a beautiful school, but it's empty. The community didn't come back as strong. We need to figure out a strategy to help some of, as many people as we can. I've learned in a disaster, of course, the wealthy neighborhoods can come back the fastest because, of course, they have more resources. And the middle-class neighborhoods like Broadmoor can come back next, and Gentilly. But the poor neighborhoods really struggle. And I don't think we as a community, or the federal government for that matter, has come up with a sufficient enough plan. And there are strategies that we can work on. So that's what I'm going to focus on, Kim, moving forward. I don't know how successful I would be, but we have a new mayor coming in. We have new city council. I want to go talk to them about a plan. And there's some parts of New Orleans East that we need to focus on, that, commerce part of New Orleans East. The homes have come back nicely, but there are some things like that. But overall, I mean, y'all, when you think about where we started and what we rebuilt, it's kind of extraordinary, really.
I'm going to defer to the staff here to let us know if we can continue or not. I'm getting the 2-minute signals, but yep.
I want to ask a question on the panel. I've been here 20 years. I came here from the Hudson Valley with the Office of Recovery Management. I used to work for the New York City Housing Authority as a project manager. I saw something here that, whether it's FEMA or whether the cities that do it, which is a one-shoe-fits-all policy when you're working on disaster preparedness. And I'm not sure why the federal government has not looked at the 50 states individually and say, what works for New York probably doesn't work for New Orleans. What works for New Orleans probably doesn't work for Kansas, and so on and so forth. Someone here on the panel talked about the Hazard Mitigation Fund, which basically was part of the policy that when we got here from FEMA, we were not even supposed to transpose to the city. We're not to let the city know about this. We were supposed to basically do it on, like I'm saying, a one-shoe-fits-all policy. So if I went into another part of the city and I saw a disaster that was basically not as clear for me as it was in New Orleans, I was supposed to basically use the same yardstick of measurement to basically allocate resources for that part of the city, which to me, I'm an architect and a builder, and a lot of us who worked for FEMA at that time began to see that there were fault lines. But when you did that, what happened is that you got into problems with not only the government, but also people who are managing disaster preparedness in the state. So the question I'm trying to ask is, shouldn't we have a policy that goes to FEMA that basically says, this is what's happening in New Orleans, this is what the 500-year flood level is supposed to be, this is the kind of hazard mitigation funds that we should throw at this part of the nation because of the kinds of disaster that basically they are sort of tasked with. The kind of disaster that happened in New York City when we flooded, when the subways flooded, it's not the same kind of disaster we had here in New Orleans, because I was here when the buildings were floating around. So the question is...
Yeah, they're calling the time on us.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but you have a great point, and it should be, curated to different regions.
Okay, she's begging. We have to end this soon, but I love the engagement, so we'll take one last question. Yes.
I don't need a mic. My name is Reverend Denina Goodwin. I worked for FEMA. I was a state elected official when Hurricane Katrina hit. And I believed that God blessed me to be employed by FEMA and to see from the other side of the table how to help my people. I came here for Hurricane Laura to assist in housing. And I tell you the truth, Senator and Chris, they absolutely still have no idea what they are doing. They not only have no idea what they are doing, but often the staff that is coming here are not trained to be empathetic referencing or professional referencing what should be done. So here's my question. Number one, I need you, can you help me get my job back? Because being the soft-spoken, humble person that I am, when I made complaints referencing people trying to hurt my citizenry here of the state of Louisiana, their term was to put me on a long-term leave.
Yeah, I'll talk to you, but thank you for raising
We're
that.
going to talk to you. The music started. Thank you all for being here today, for the work that you do for the city and across the country. Thank you all.
Yes. And we have a reception right across the top.
All right.
Thank you.
I didn't need that mic.